All right, so it is 9:30 and this is really great having everybody here, but I said it's a lot harder doing this than it is on Microsoft, whatever that is.
Meetings.
We don't do Zoom anymore, so I really appreciate everyone making the effort to come to this. It's really great for me. I hope all of you feel the same. It's really wonderful to be able to interact in person. It was a great dinner last night. And thanks to Rita for all the organizing she did to make all this. Yes. So I think we've had enough chance to talk to each other. Everybody knows what is up. I think it's an important part of our other meetings when we're not in person to have discussions about what people are up to. We've sort of done that over there. And I don't think we need to rehash all that. I just again want to reiterate my gratitude to all of you and how important I think what you do is and the impact this organization has made. I just really appreciate it. I want to say all that first. Really satisfying and gratifying. Hopefully we'll just keep it going. We've got Christy nearly pulled off a miracle for us and happen here in the future. So with that, I think we can move right into, first we need to recognize members of the public. I don't think there's a whole lot of them, but got anybody in there that?
Let me see. Oh, we do have a few folks. So we have James Frazier and Mike Toady. Thank you both
great.
for joining.
Our two stalwarts. Thank you for being here. And actually, particularly the two of you, we're going to have, I think, important strategic discussion just after lunch. And it would be great to have you there. And maybe if we could have when's our public comment thing? Is it after that?
It's right before the break.
Yeah, we'll do that, but then maybe if you guys are able to participate, it'd be interesting to hear your input. Maybe we could have a special comment section right after lunch. We're going to have a bit of a strategic discussion. So we appreciate you guys, if possible, to be part of that. All right, and so with that, is there anybody else to recognize? That is.
No, just our guest speaker for the come today.
Okay, yeah.
Alana online and Brent Fenty, who came in person.
We got two great presentations today. One of them is in person. We're very fortunate to have Brent Fenty here, and then we have an online presentation as well. So why don't we just move to the meeting minutes approval?
Okay.
Is anyone willing to make a motion regarding the minutes?
I move we approve the June 3rd, 2025 meeting minutes with the continued authorities, correct spelling, grammar, and punctuation.
Motion?
I'll second
A second by Jim. All in favor? This is harder than a Zoom. All right, great. Okay, so done with that. So I think we have Brent Fenty here. He's with the Oregon Desert Land Trust. I think the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund has been very fortunate to have the opportunity to help them with the incredible project they have going on in Southeast Oregon. Landscape scale, incredible project that impacts a huge swath of the state. And I think we're really fortunate to have Brent here in person to tell us a little bit about this project. Apparently, you all have been telling him all the different things you wanted to talk about. And we would make this an hour-long presentation. But knowing Brent, you'll manage to get the important stuff in. So Brent, if you don't mind.
Should I come down there?
Moving ahead.
What's the best thing?
Yeah, go for it.
Advancing slides or anything?
Yeah.
I didn't know how many people would be in here. So, yeah. So thanks, Carl, for that wonderful introduction. Thanks for the invite. I'm just setting the time. So I want to be. So, yeah, Brent Penty, Executive Director of the Oregon Desert Land Trust. I know many of you, and thankfully some of you have actually had the chance to get out at Trout Creek Ranch, so you've seen some of this stuff firsthand. We'll see how well I do it, kind of translating that into a PowerPoint presentation. But yeah, welcome to Central Oregon. It's kind of fun for me whenever I come out here. I grew up not far from here. I grew up, went to Tumalo Elementary, go Tigers, and family lives out in Cloverdale area, so it's actually always an excuse on the way out here today. I called my mom. I was like, I'm passing through. I'm not stopping. I just wanted me not to see someone on the street. I won't tell you I was in town and I didn't say hi or something like that. So, but yeah, today, I want to chat a bit about Trout Creek Ranch. And as Carl said, this is a pretty massive project, so I can't unfortunately cover everything, but I'll try to hit some high points. So I can't. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. So yeah, go ahead and go to the next slide. Yeah, so Oregon Desert Land Trust was actually created in 2017, so we're really new still. But we've been busy during that time. Our mission is pretty simple. It's we connect wild and working lands to benefit wildlife and people throughout about over a quarter of the state, in the southeast corner of Oregon's high desert. And so this map kind of shows you where we work, just for some context. And each of the little labels shows a project that we've completed. To date, everything we've done has been fee title acquisition. So we will probably in the future edge towards easements, but we wanted to have a base of properties to work from before doing easements. So we'd have a presence, working presence in those communities where we're operating. So you can see Trout Creek Ranch down kind of south of Stevens, and we'll focus on that a bit. Next slide, please. Our priorities are pretty straightforward. These are the 5 things that when we look at a project, we evaluate, does it accomplish at least 4 of these things? If it accomplishes all 5, great. But protect and enhance conservation areas, those are things like wildlife refuges, wilderness areas, wilderness study areas. If it does that, great. Connect and restore wild fish and wildlife habitat. We really focus in on ODF&W's kind of priority wildlife connectivity areas, the Oregon Conservation Strategy. Conserve working lands. We've worked with landowners to kind of identify what are those lands that are most critical, going forward. Maintaining and enhancing public access and preserving cultural resources are really important to us, but they do fall below the other 3 priorities. The other 3 are those are must-haves. The other ones are kind of supplemental. Next slide. We're going to talk today about Trout Creek Ranch, but it's just good to kind of step back and, as you could see on that map, we're working in a lot of different places. These are just a few examples. I always feel bad putting up a few examples because there's something, that I'm not talking about. Brothers, our partnership in Brothers from the Hatfield Ranch, there's all manner of other ones but South Fork Crooked and River, we own an in-holding in a 30,000 acre area there. This is the West Little Oahe, out in the Oahe Canyon lands. A number of parcels in between Heart Mountain Refuge and Sheldon Refuge, kind of providing that critical connectivity there. And then similarly, a number of parcels adjacent to Summer Lake Refuge into the Diablo Mountain area. Next slide, please. But today, I really want to kind of focus in on Trout Creek Ranch. I cannot thank OCRF enough for helping make this possible, both in terms of the initial acquisition, as well as in the ensuing management, which I'll talk about both sides of those. So, Trout Creek Ranch, we did take on in 2021. We actually didn't take title to it until 2022. So everything we're talking about really has happened since 2022. Next slide, please. This map gives you a little bit of a kind of zoom in of where Trout Creek Ranch is and what it encompasses. It falls directly between Steens Mountain Wilderness and Sheldon Refuge. It actually overlaps into Steens Mountain Wilderness. The grazing permit does on the south end. So when we're looking at that connectivity, we're thinking about those corridors as well as Heart Mountain Refuge to the west and the Oahe Canyon lands to the east. And, I know a lot of you are pretty well versed in this, so I won't go into great detail, but, Trout Creek Ranch is kind of unique in that, yes, it's the private lands itself that are in orange, if you can see on the map, which, are these really what you see in those land patterns. on the ground can confirm this, is anywhere there's orange, there's usually lots of water. That's the land that's settled. That, and we all know kind of water is the backbone of life. And so whether you're people or wildlife, those are parcels that are really incredibly important. With that, those 16,645 acres of private land also came grazing privileges on surrounding public lands, which fall within that kind of hash marked area that totals about 534,000 acres. So you'll hear a lot about partnerships today. We have extensive partnerships with neighboring landowners. We prioritized giving grazing privileges with anyone that touches Trout Creek Ranch. And, if you haven't read it recently, Oregon Community Foundation did a feature in which they highlighted some of those partnerships and interviewed some ranchers who we've been working with. So, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth. You can go see that and see what they said. Next slide. So, I've touched on a bit of this already, but kind of overall facts and figures, within that, that kind of priority of conservation areas, we own all the private inholdings within over 334,000 acres of wilderness study area on the Trout Creek Mountains and Pueblo Mountains. This area encompasses about 14%. Obviously, that switches year to year based on where the population is going, but thankfully, the populations have been going up over the last couple of years, which we're thrilled about. This area is characterized by big mountains, about 9,000 feet at the summits of Pueblo and Trout Creek Mountains down to the Albert Playa, which is, very low elevation and the driest spot in the state. Because of that, you get these tremendous range in habitat types from top to bottom. You get alpine, subalpine, down to kind of aspen woodlands and mountain mahoganies, to the classic shrub steppe, all the way down to the wet meadows, streams, and desert playas. Within the project area, there's about 98.1 miles of streams, to give you a sense of scale. And of course, within that, you get a lot of kind of these critical areas that have been identified by Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife as conservation opportunity areas. There are 4 conservation opportunity areas that are entirely encompassed or partially encompassed within the project area. And other things like fish and wildlife, trout, Albert chub. We've been doing surveys with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. It looks like we may have the largest population of Albert chub in the state of Oregon. So that's great. Next slide, please. So, when we think about this in the context of the work we do, we have kind of, like everyone, a strategic plan that kind of outlines several goals. First and foremost, we talk about we want to be a good neighbor and expand partnerships with tribes, landowners, and communities where we work. We know we cannot do this work alone. We're managing a lot of lands, so we're really relying on neighbors and partners. Next slide. So, through that, I already talked about kind of the grazing privileges and sharing that. We also, are hosting tribal gatherings. We've been doing a number of them. It's kind of been great to see that mature, that process, where now we have tribes coming to us and just asking to use the properties formal gatherings. So, for instance, this fall, we're setting up dates right now. Fort McDermott Tribal Council has asked if they can do a tribal council meeting and gathering on the property for a week. And so they'll be kind of taking over the property during that time. Next slide. Similarly, in addition to some of the grazing partnerships we're talking about, it's just that matter of making Trout Creek Ranch a place where people can convene and come together and share information or just celebrate certain events. I mean, we've hosted Easter egg hunts and Halloween parties. We do every fall right now. Brooke and Andy Gray, who ran the Juniper Hills Preserve for a number of years, we hired them on as a manager and restoration manager, and they've just done an outstanding job of kind of helping this be common ground for the community. And so the Rangeland Fire Protection Association meets there, and then you just have little celebrations like this where people come over every fall after all the kind of cattle work's done and do a community gathering, cornhole tournament, those kind of things. So, yeah. And, of course, in addition to all of that, there's just the partnerships we have, like with OCRF. This is, again, I apologize. I know I'm missing someone. I just kind of grabbed a bunch of logos of people we're working with, different groups we're working with. And, we're really proud of, in such a short period of time, pulling so many people together to try to address the opportunities and challenges facing. Next slide. So another goal we have is that we want to provide excellent stewardship of the lands we own and manage. Obviously, it's not enough just to acquire these lands. There's a lot of work that goes into it. And I think that's a misnomer sometimes we get is people go, well, just buy it. Everything's great. Well, no, everything's not. There's a lot of work to be done. And as we say kind of internally, we want our lands to be the gold standard for land management in Oregon's high desert. So next slide, please. So, to do that, in addition to all the information we get from the discussions with tribal members, ranchers, other partners, we need to collect data. We need to kind of have the best available data to guide our management going forward. So there's a lot of examples I could use. I'm just using one because of OCRF's support of kind of the wet meadow restoration design. But I want to be clear, like, in addition to wet meadow bird surveys, we're partnering with ODF&W on sage grouse lack monitoring. We've got a partnership with Coalition of Oregon Land Trust, thank you, Jane, on botany surveys to kind of evaluate kind of the wet meadows species composition there. I just feel terrible. I know I'm going to leave a bunch of people off, but there's a lot of other research going on, and it's some of all those parts that help us decide how to do restoration, how to do management, and how to move forward. So next example, slide. But this example I think gives you a sense of kind of what goes into this. In wet meadow bird surveys, we partnered with Bird Alliance of Oregon. They have staff out in Burns, and we created a survey methodology that we're taking surveys 3 times a year from 7 different points in 2 different sites. And this gives you a little bit of sense of the species in the wet meadows: snipe, phalarope. The list goes on and on. Stilts, of course, ducks. Different upland birds as well that are passing through. Next slide, please. And this is just a first, little glimpse of kind of some of the numbers that we're seeing. We have actually done 2 surveys so far in 2025, but we didn't have the data for that one yet. There's a 3rd one coming up. And, as you can imagine, what we're looking at is this change in abundance and diversity and richness, over time, to see how our changes in management are actually showing up, on the ground. And it's pretty fascinating. We're already seeing some changes that you would expect given, some of the changes in habitat we're seeing on the ground. Things like bobolink that had never been reported in South Hardin County, we're seeing every year now. So next slide, please. And that's been in part because of some of the shifts in management on the ground. These are before and after photos that were taken by the Nature Conservancy, which has been a major partner on this project. Left was prior to acquisition, right is after 2 years. And I want to be clear, obviously, anybody, neighboring ranchers we've worked with, look at when they saw the conditions were like, this is what I want this to look like. No one's proud of this. But I also want to be clear that the right is not a grazing free situation. This is being grazed. It's being grazed at a different time of year and in a different stocking rate on those times of year. And so, and with this comes additional responsibility. We made great strides, but also you can see, if anyone, James probably sees it right away, a little bit of mustard in the foreground. Anywhere we've seen this disturbance, we then have some subsequent weed management such that has to happen. And thankfully, Brooke and Andy used to run a weed, treatment business. So we have great staff on the ground to start to develop strategies for that. Next slide. And this is just another example, and I could give, loads of these, but this is another before and after. This is, that kind of leads us into some of the wet meadows restoration discussion. The center of your screen on the left is the before photo, on the right is after. And you see that what historically was there was a feedlot overlapping Trout Creek. And so, not the best location for a feedlot. We were able to work with a rancher who came in and he actually had use of all those tires. That would have cost us $80,000. Them taking the tires saved us $80,000 because they could use them somewhere else in their operation. And then proceeded, now we're moving into seed drilling in some native seeds, planting in willows, other riparian shrubs, and kind of gradually, this is upstream of the wet meadows that we'll talk about here in a moment to give you a sense just near headquarters. But certainly on the right, on a better trajectory than it was. Next slide, please. So wet meadows restoration, in addition to supporting the acquisition, OCRF generously supported a restoration design for Trout Creek wet meadows. unfortunately, this project got delayed like a number of other, I imagine other partners you have. We had federal matching fund as part of that. Unfortunately, that federal matching fund was at question for a while, and that kind of held us back in terms of moving forward. Thankfully, we were able to ultimately confirm portion of that funding as well as alternative funding, piece things together as many of us have done and are moving forward, which, next slide, please. With this effort. And, again, in this location, you may have noticed north of Steens Mountain Wilderness is the Malheur Wildlife Refuge. And, the Malheur Wildlife Refuge is a keystone of the Pacific Flyway. It supports over 340 bird species. Trout Creek Ranch is like a mini Malheur in the wet meadows. There's about 6,000 acres of wet meadows. This is an aerial view of them. These areas have all been identified by the Intermountain Joint West Venture as being kind of critical to what these identified as sonic priority areas, which are essentially the top 1% areas in the West for Pacific Flyway, particularly important to dabbling ducks. About 70% of the dabbling ducks population in the United States and North America rely on these sonic habitats. And so this provides a great stopping over point on the way to Malheur or beyond. We also are seeing increasing nesting. We're seeing lots more sandhills, a number of other species that are actually nesting at Trout Creek Ranch. So as part of this, we need to look at what can we do to kind of optimize habitat and, that balances the needs of Pacific Flyway birds, native fish species that have kind of taken, have been a less of a priority in that area, while balancing the needs for grazing in the area. And so, what we proposed to OCRF and you generously supported was a wet meadows restoration design. And this gives you a sense of what's happening now versus the history. This is a map from 1881. The black line showing the historic stream course. The red line shows today's stream course, which is really more of an irrigation ditch. Next slide, please. And this is just an overhead image showing the same thing. The red line kind of shows the route of the stream through the wet meadows. And, if you could go to the next slide. And, the other holdup we had was LiDAR imagery. We were waiting. LiDAR was flown in South Harney County in 2022. It was scheduled for release in early 2024. It finally was released in April of 2025. So that's also been great. Now we can start to use this as an incredible tool for any of you viewers. You know this for kind of creating these restoration concepts with an elevation model. And so this shows what the current alignment of the creek versus the conceptual alignment would be based on restoration. Next slide, please. And so with that, in the kind of resolution of funding, matching funding, we did send out the request for proposals. We received 5 bids for it. We selected one last week. I'm not sure I can say who, but they were all pretty comparable in price. And it's someone that's worked with Deschutes Land Trust, other groups doing similar kinds of efforts across the state. So we're really excited to get that going and optimistic that we'll have our restoration design going into field season for 2026. So next. There were a number of things that folks are interested in hearing about. I'm going to try to briefly touch on a couple and then I'll wrap up. So there's certainly time for questions. In addition to the wet meadows restoration, we've also been doing a lot of creek restoration. We own, as you saw from the map, a lot of water. And, one example is Cottonwood Creek. It is home to red band trout. It's in core sage grouse habitat. We saw there was a lot of down cutting in certain places. Next slide, please. And so this is an example where in partnership with the Nature Conservancy, as well as others, we were able to identify a 2.2 mile priority area. And I think what we're most proud of in this project is, a lot of you have been involved in restoration. It takes a lot of time. A typical window is 3 to 5 years, and that's being pretty efficient. We were able from the initial site visit to implementation to get this done in a year. Granted, it was not a lot of earth moving, more like beaver dam analogs, those kind of things, but you can see the kind of schematic on the right shows kind of some of the initial evaluations and identifying sites that would kind of be most, where the site conditions would be most improved by placement of artificial beaver dam analogs. You've got in the lower left some of the folks doing the work who are pulling out anything from sagebrush to sod blocks to rock to willows, all these beaver dam analogs, and kind of going full circle in the upper right is actually, we were thrilled within a very short period of time. We had beavers actually coming onto those beaver dam analogs, kind of doing a better job than we did, perfecting it. And yeah, it's been a great project, and we have a number of these going in different areas moving forward. So, yeah, next slide. And then lastly, I just wanted to briefly touch on virtual fencing because folks have expressed interest in this. This is something we are really diving into. We're actually just got word that the other funding that we needed to make this happen is moving forward. We're moving forward with a company called Halter. Their Vents is another company. We've tried a number of different approaches, and we've just found that Halter, because you're losing value. The producers are losing value if they have to consistently bring a cow through the chutes to change out a collar. And so with the previous collars, we were finding twice a year we were needing to do that. Instead, we're able to go with a newer model that's solar charged, so that so those collars last indefinitely. And so if you can go forward one slide. And so with that, we've kind of worked with with Halter to identify where we need to place antennas that can communicate with the collars. This is an example of kind of two different places. The one on the left is the wet meadows. There's kind of two waypoints in there you can see that we've identified gives us complete coverage on virtual fencing, through all the wet meadows. The area on the right is actually on the Pueblo Mountains, where we're expanding into. We've identified 12 different antenna locations that, again, we can control cattle movement using these collars up in those areas. The idea being both that we can prioritize certain areas on weed treatment. We can move cows in early season on intensive grazing on cheatgrass. We can avoid other areas. And ultimately, if successful, we can remove fence that's an impediment to like pronghorn antelope, North America's fastest land mammal. It did not evolve to go over fences. It tries to go under, even though it can jump. And so, yeah, these are all kind of things that we've been working on. As you hope you see, we've been busy. So next slide, please. And I'll very briefly end on this. We, of course, there are other strategic acquisitions. I understand we did not make the cut, and that's unfortunate, but I understand there's a lot of great projects out there. But no going forward. If next slide, please. We are trying to move ahead with Disaster Peak Ranch acquisition. This would add to Trout Creek Ranch another about almost 3,000 acres of private land and 60,000 acres of grazing permits. We have a great partnership with Western Rivers Conservancy and a grazing lessee downstream, the Zimmerman family. And so next slide, please. This you can see kind of is a logical kind of connection to Trout Creek Ranch. Everything in that dark blue outline with brown is Trout Creek Ranch, and then the yellow and black outline with the orange is Disaster Peak Ranch. So it falls on the backside of the Trout Creek Mountains, and it'll provide, if you want to go to the next slide, provides, again, continued expansion, great habitat opportunities for restoration for anything from greater sage grouse to bighorn sheep. It is one of the last kind of holdouts of Lahontan cutthroat trout, which we also have on the Trout Creek Ranch side of things. So we're thrilled to be able to kind of continue some of the beaver dam analog work, a lot of the restoration work in partnership with neighboring landowners on that side. Next slide, please. And, and I think this logically fits in. This is actually a map showing all the priority wildlife connectivity areas that ODF&W has identified, and gives you a pretty clear sense of everything in these light green are existing parcels that Trout Creek Ranch, that it falls under Trout Creek Ranch and ODLT's management. And then everything in that lighter blue off to the right shows what we will additionally acquire under Disaster Peak Ranch. And they just fall, just right on top of ODF&W's priority wildlife connectivity areas and right within the Oregon Conservation Strategy COAs. So yeah, the next slide. So, I think a lot of you have been up to speed on our work, but if you haven't, please, you can sign up. We don't do a lot of communications. We have one e-newsletter a month. We have no printed materials. Sorry, we're just trying to keep our overhead really low, put money on the ground. But you can subscribe to our newsletter on our website. Talks about volunteer opportunities, other ways to get involved, kind of keeps you up to date on what we're doing. And next slide. So yeah, I just wanted to say thanks again for all the support you've offered, and I'm sorry to just throw that whirlwind at you, but there are a lot of requests for different information, so hopefully we kind of hit the high points at least, but welcome any questions folks have. Good.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Brent. As Jane and her husband Mark have been very involved in this project. Do you have any comments you want to make about it other than it's great?
It's epic. It's mind blowing. It's just such a huge area that so much potential to do good work. Brent does a great job.
Does anybody have any questions?
I had a quick kind of overall, when you started with your service area, did you guys choose that service area because there's other land trusts that overlap? Okay, I didn't know if it was just kind of a void or if you were bumping up against there.
Yeah, great question. When the land trust formed, Coalition of Oregon Land Trust, the Land Trust Alliance nationally had identified they'd done an evaluation, identified a gap in service area. And so what we were trying to do is fill that gap. There have been some turnover in land trust since then. Klamath Lake Land Trust no longer exists. There's been some push for us to expand west there. Wetlands Conservancy is not as active around the Malheur Refuge there, so there have been people that are pushing us to go a little bit further north. And it's just a struggle because we already probably have the largest service area of any land trust in the state. And, so yeah, that's always going to be a challenge, a healthy tension for us, but yeah.
And my other quick question was, do you have your funds already secured for that implementation in 2026 since you're about ready
For
to?
disaster peak grant.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in the midst of, that was part of the proposal that we submitted to OCRF. We have I'm rounding numbers here. I can give you the stewardship reserve calculator. You can see it, but thankfully the funding for the acquisition came through Section 6 of the Endangered Species Act through Western Rivers Conservancy because of long cutthroat trout as well as greater sage grouse. To manage a property successfully, we need about $2.5 million. And we've raised to date around almost 2 million now. So we're about $500,000 short that we need to fill that gap between now and the end of the year. So that's a lot of my job right now is, out,
I guess I can.
people that, help us.
Wanted to say how it warms my heart, probably Andreas too, to see all of those maps showing ODFW's
Yeah.
priority wildlife connectivity areas,
Mhm.
conservation opportunity areas, the way in which the Land Trust is bringing ODFW's data in to guide your conservation priorities is just so excellent.
Mhm.
And exactly the kind of work that, that's just nice for OCRF if you're evaluating proposals to be like, okay, they really are hitting on conservation priorities for the department, which is part of our mission here at OCRF, is to make sure that's happening. So I just wanted to say how much we really appreciate that, and also just acknowledge there are numerous interfaces right now between the Oregon Desert Land Trust and the department. Sage grouse surveys, the trout surveys that you mentioned, the virtual fencing conversations of pygmy rabbits and doing surveys for pygmy rabbits, and how that relates to carbon sequestration. And then we're having conversations with you about mitigation. So, as we're seeing mining come up in that part of Oregon, as we're seeing development actions being proposed where there's a need to develop habitat mitigation plans. That was an unmet service area for a long time. And so there's just I'm just running through my head all the ways in which I know that we're working with you all, and just really appreciate the partnership.
Well, thank you. And I thank you for that. And thank you for doing the work that allows us. I cannot overstate how important that is. It is really hard to prioritize. And the work that ODF&W has done makes it so much easier. If you can look at it, we just had this happen. Rat Creek falls in between Hart and Hilltop. They were listed properties. We went, we're like, should we be taking these on? What's the first thing we do? We lay over the ODF&W priority wildlife connectivity areas. We're like, oh my gosh, they fall smack down between Hart and Sheldon. yes, these are 5 buildable lots that we should pick up. And so we will close on them like later this week.
Great.
You know, it's 50 acres. It wasn't a huge lift. I think they were only $30,000, and one of our board members stepped forward and made it happen. And yeah, it's great. And I meant it when I said earlier, we know that we gonna have what's the saying, that something by the tiger by the tail, you know, it's like a lot of land, and, you know, the partnerships that we have staff out there. Just saw your fisheries folks, they were, filling up their gas tanks and filling up water tanks in Chop Creek Ranch the other day, coming over to get showers, and it's just great to have those kind of partnerships.
What's the public access like at this point on the range?
Yeah, there's on our website, there's visitor guidelines. We generally treat our private lands that the land trust owns as public lands. There are a couple exceptions where it overlaps around the base ranch where we have people actively living there. And, you know, we need to have that buffer around those places. And likewise, there's one area at Trout Creek's Mahogany Ridge where we inherited a hunting lease that lasts another several years from 3 owners ago. And so that's an area we have some additional restrictions during hunting season until that lease expires. But generally, you know, our idea is that we always talk about as a land trust, we're different than most land trusts given where we're located. That if you're on our properties, we kind of don't want you to know that you're on our properties. We don't put up a lot of signage. You know, at headquarters, you see it because we're saying, hey, this is owned by the land trust, but please respect it. You know, you can only be here by permission. In other properties, you know, our hope is that you never know. There's no fence, there's no signage. It's like, it's seamless. That's, you know, speaks to the partnerships we want to have with state and federal land management.
Where are the lithium claims that are being touted in the Oregon side of the Caldera?
Yeah, so they're kind of north and east on Disaster Peak Ranch. So if you're on the private property, and there are other claims around there, but frankly, a lot of those are just highly speculative, and I don't think anyone really believes they're that real. But the claims to the north and to the east a bit are High Tech is the company Jim DeLeo was previously known as. Those are the most promising, I think, from a mineral perspective. You know, and so yeah, we're looking at that closely. Those are conversations we're having with ODF and W about mitigation. That south of there is already broken ground. Yeah, I can tell you my perspective. It's one of many on what I think will happen or not happen. But yeah, we'll just continue to track and work with the agencies to ensure that that if there is prospecting, it's done. And then if there is ultimate disturbance, that we mitigate for that disturbance, because there's nobody I think that would argue, you know, that this area is amongst the most intact habitat left in Southeast Oregon, and certainly has some of the highest densities of sage grouse. I laugh when, you know, we got with folks who want to see sage grouse, and they've spent all this time in Oregon trying to see sage grouse. And I don't think I've ever had a trip into that caldera where I saw sage grouse. It is a really rich area.
Yeah, the problem, of course, is that also happens to have the highest density of lithium concentration in the Caldera.
Yes. Well, the Thacker side, Thacker does, for
Yeah,
sure.
and hopefully, you know, maybe the Thacker will be a black hole, lower the price of lithium to make the other ones. I think that's very likely. Have you seen the development down at Thacker Pass?
Yeah, I visited a couple times just to get a sense of what it would be.
Apparently, they're gonna manage it all out of Winnemucca, which is fine. But we'll see.
Is that in Nevada?
Yeah, it's about 30 miles south of the line.
You climb up on top of that.
Do you anticipate, or are you hearing any concern from downstream areas about loss of water or irrigation rights? I know it's kind of popping up here in Blaze Meadow. The Forest Service is doing some more wetland restoration, and it used to be very motherhood, and now all of a sudden people with ponds or irrigation downstream are starting to complain about it.
You know, I haven't, we have a great relationship. The Wilkinson family has already leased that ground prior, you know, to this effort, and they're great managers. They understand the system, and, you know, they'd be the most directly impacted. So I think they're comfortable where it's at. I have not heard that. It's not to say it might not come. I've certainly heard, I didn't know given that we were just talking about the mining development, whether that was part of it. I've certainly heard on that side a lot of concerns because any mining, lithium mining in particular, is extremely water intensive. So the call for water for that, a lot of downstream users are significantly concerned about what that would mean to their water rights. And our I know South and Nevada are legally challenging it, and I think on the Oregon side are, perhaps headed in that direction.
Are you still running some pivots there?
At Trout Creek Ranch, we have 4 pivots. We're in the process of doing regenerative ag to convert those over. We have a philosophy of we don't want to export hay. We don't want to be a hay exporter. We want everything to stay in the valley and benefit the operators, the producers in that valley. And so what we are moving towards is a system in which, we're not really baling and exporting hay. We haven't done that since we owned it. Instead, we allow grazing on those pivots, aftermath grazing in the fall season. Yeah.
Brent, the collar stuff is, what is your take? Is that really moving forward? Is that actually being efficacious for the producer to use those collars?
Yeah, I mean, we're part of I think it's 6 states with the Nature Conservancy where it's being tested across the West. And I think everyone's having different experiences right now. You stick it in a flat area, in wet meadows, fantastic. You're dialed. We've done some testing on that. The idea was early on in Trout Creek Ranch, we tried to use the herd effect of cattle to say, can we save ourselves money by putting collars only on 50% or 75%? We learned that no, you need them on every cow. And then you start to dive into other things of more remote areas with canyon country with mountains. You don't have that line of sight. So everything is kind of evolving. They very much work, in those wet meadow scenarios. And I think we're starting to figure out how they can. Other people, I think, are some folks in Montana, Colorado, I think have used them to great effect already. So, we're figuring out what doesn't work, what does. And I feel like this is it. This is going to happen. It's not no longer speculative or relying on some new technology. I think the new technologies, the technology is there. It's just a matter of figuring out how do you effectively implement it. And like with any technology, there are going to be limitations and understanding what your limitations are. And those places may stay with conventional fencing, but there are a lot of places where I think it's going to supplant conventional fencing. And I will say the price of fencing and labor is so high right now that a lot of operators that probably were skeptical in the past, they look at $10,000 to $15,000 a mile on fence. And they're like, this is all of a sudden very attractive.
That's a really exciting area.
Yeah.
NRCS is getting really involved in it too, Jack. It's like,
Yes, absolutely.
Or what are those talking?
It varies year to year. We've had 2 really good water years like other folks have. So every year we have a meeting with BLM around the grazing permits because grazing permits on BLM are a use it or lose it proposition, just like water. And we establish okay, what are the areas that were grazed last year? What are the conditions there? Therefore, what's turnout? What are the pastures we're going to use this year? And it varies. And again, I think with virtual fencing and other techniques, we do hope there are some places where grazing can help us with things like thistle, cheatgrass, those things to provide to kind of prep sites for the ultimate restoration of native species. So I'm sorry not to give you a specific number because it would be disingenuous to say there is one number because that number varies.
But you do have, it's like 1,300. Yeah, I was looking at your AUMs. You do control a lot of grazing.
Yeah,
It's really significant.
Yeah, and that's I think been the foundation for a lot of the relationships we've been able to establish with neighboring landowners to kind of sit down with them and ask what do you need and help them build flexibility in their operations. If you read that OCF article, you'll see that's a landowner that they were able to rest for a few years, pastures that they've been using, really allow those pastures to recover with wild grazing on us. What we had to offer was so much more than what they need that they're just one piece of a larger puzzle. We have anytime 5 to 6 different lessees that are grazing on our land, private land. It's partner operation, and that allows them some flexibility, whereas, you know, a lot of folks in the past didn't have that flexibility. They have a certain herd size they're trying to run. And, you know, it doesn't matter if it's your out year or a really good year, they've got to turn out that many cows. So this allows a little flex in that system.
But the ranch owns no cows.
No, it's just always, yep, we're just leasing it.
How many staff do you?
Not very many. We have 8. Yeah. And so, I mean, we're just talking about Trout Creek Ranch, right?
Yeah.
You saw some of the other properties. We have properties spread all over, but we have an office in Burns. We have 3 staff down on the ranch, and in South Harney County, we've got 4 staff here. Well, and one's kind of sisters, twin sisters of Terrebonne, commutes back and forth.
So that's 8 for the whole organization, not just.
So your operating income comes from the leases? And
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say, so you're tired.
no, I know you're talking.
Yeah, we, with any property, we have a really strong commitment, and this is thanks to, others in the land trust community who set this example and figured this out. We will not accept a property unless we have a stewardship reserve for it. We're just absolutely, like, a lot of people on these properties say, well, you gotta donate it, of course you'll take it. It's like, no, we won't. And Disaster Peak Ranch is an example. We have to meet our goal. We don't meet our goal, we're not gonna do it. Because it's no sense in us having a property that cannot manage to the standard that we're holding ourselves to. Other properties will just suffer. And so our year-to-year management costs come out of that stewardship reserve. We estimate about 4.5% interest a year. It's pretty conservative. And then for Trout Creek Ranch, for Disaster Peak Ranch, there's operating revenue. On top of that, our commitment is we want to see that operating revenue back on the ground. We don't actually want to rely on that operating revenue to cover the staffing time. We want to be able to have that flexibility that others might have. On the ground, some of the restoration project examples, you're seeing the changes in management to kind of take that management to the next level.
Are you seeing competition with some of the trophy ranches like
Wait for Reba to hit me here.
like Treetop and Lucky 7, some of those big trophy ranches that are they interested in the same lands?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's, everyone has competition. So I'm sure they see us the same way. Well, they probably, we're a little competition.
That's what I said. That's what I see as a trend down there. Is family ranches are being bought out by these trophy ranches, and they have an entirely different sort of business plan and objectives. So,
Yeah.
and also a different tie to the land.
All right, well, we really appreciate Brad coming.
Thank you.
Everyone gets the sense of what an incredible process they have down there and how impactful it is. That's one of the reasons we wanted Brent to come. He's out there where people don't get to see it, and it's incredible what they're doing. The impact they're having, landscape scale, it's just mind-blowing. So again, we're lucky to be able to be part of that. So Brent, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you again for the support. So many of you shown up in so many different ways, and please, I mean, we only do have 8 staff. That's because we have really amazing volunteers. People, I think, Jim, did you end up doing an inspection for us?
No, I'm still trying to get down.
All right. We have just a lot of people showing up in different ways. That's how we get this work done. So if you're looking for opportunities to volunteer, I'm actually headed in. I can be public about it. And I've got a leads meeting right after. We've been working with a landowner in South Lake County on Lake Abert related issues. We have an option on a property down
Good.
there right now that we're hoping might work out and contribute to kind of some of the Pacific Flyway issues down there. So
Sweet.
fingers crossed that'll happen, but I'm gonna run out and visit that.
Guys,
Good luck.
So, yeah, I hope everyone got out of that when I got out of it. The impact that they're having. It's kind of inspired us to keep doing this, so good things are happening. Okay, so that is Brent. And now we have an online presentation here. Reba, you want to introduce that?
We can. So we have Alana Jakubowski from Mount Pisgah Arboretum, and she's online right there. I see her. Hopefully she can hear us okay.
She can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, we can hear you just fine. She's going to be talking about the improving accessibility at Mount Pisgah Arboretum project, and I think she's going to share her own slides. So with that, go ahead, Alana. I'll let you take it away.
Great. Hi, everybody. My name is Alana Jakubowski. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the executive director here at Mount Pisgah Arboretum in Eugene. Thanks so much for having me. And sorry, I couldn't quite fit the drive over there into my workflow, but I wish I was there in person with all of you. So yeah, just thank you for the opportunity for coming and being able to share a little bit more about how OCRF funds have gone to work here at the Arboretum. I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, can you all see that slide?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to start by giving a little bit of background of Mount Pisgah Arboretum. I'm not sure how many of you have been here before. We are a separate nonprofit, and we have a rolling 50-year lease within Lane County's largest park. So we are within the Howard Buford Recreation Area, and we lease 200 acres within that larger park. And we are really focused on recreation, and we're particularly putting an emphasis on accessible recreation right now. And the funds from OCRF really helped us launch our first big initiative in this area. So I'm just going to tell a little bit more about the project we completed with those funds. So our project, we got awarded $50,000 from OCRF in 2022, and our project was aimed to improve accessibility in order to create greater nature access for individuals with disabilities. In that project, you'll hear a little bit more about it, but we upgraded our trail systems, we started hosting guided nature walks for accessibility groups, and we upgraded our communication tools so that like I said, we are Lane County's most visited park, and we really want to make sure that this resource is available for a large variety of users, including users that need a little bit more mobility support. So the project impact, at the end of this project, we were able to improve about 4 miles of trails. And throughout the process of this project, we engaged 75 volunteers to help with the trail work. And then we also created more communications materials and formed some partnerships with community organizations focused on accessible recreation. This project really aligned with an Oregon conservation strategy of fostering educational and recreational opportunities for all, particularly underserved populations. It was so great to hear about the Trout Creek Restoration Project, more on the conservation end of things, and then this project was really more on the recreation side of things. And it's just something that, you know, since I've been here, I've really thought about that a lot, of how much personally I take for granted being able to just at any time pop in my car and drive and go for a hike, or walk out my door and go for a hike. And for lots of people in our community, that's really, there's not a lot of accessible trails within the metro area. And so it was really important for us to be able to provide these improve the trails to provide greater accessibility, so that all of community members can just come and have the joy of being outside at a moment's notice. So I'm going to share a little bit more about specifics about our project. So our first project goal was to do some trail upgrades, and we did this in 2 different phases. One was inside the Arboretum. So like I shared, we leased 200 acres within the larger Howard Buford Recreation Area. And within the Arboretum, we created 2 universally accessible trail loops and 1 barrier-free loop that doesn't quite meet full accessibility standards, but is a lot more, is barrier-free. So it's a lot more accessible than some of our other trails. And these upgrades included resurfacing the trails, adding culverts, and then also ensuring appropriate signage so that folks could really have the information they needed to choose the trail that best met their needs. And then in addition to that, we also work with our partner organization, Friends of Buford Park and Mount Pisgah, also known as Friends. And Friends, they do the land stewardship for the greater Howard Buford Recreation Area. And so they were also able to use some of this funds. We had a contract with them that they also included trail improvement outside of the Arboretum too. So again, we're really looking at Howard Beaver Recreation Area as a whole, with the bulk of visitors coming to the Arboretum, but we wanted to make sure that there was also a trail outside of the Arboretum for users that wanted more of a quiet, contemplative place in nature. Our goal number 2 for this project was conducting guided tours. So during the grant period, we held 7 guided tours, engaging groups of individuals with disabilities. And some of these collaborations were with a program called the Wednesday Wheelers, which is a wheelchair user group. And every Wednesday they go for a wheel in different areas. And so we have started collaborating with them and doing guided nature tours on our trails here at the Arboretum. And we also have partnered with Eugene Adaptive Recreation. So they have all of their programming and they bring groups of participants. They provide transportation out to the Arboretum. And then we offer free guided nature tours within the Arboretum on our accessible trails. So that's just really a way that folks that maybe might be a little hesitant to come out on their own can come with a group of peers and really both be introduced to the updated trail system, as well as learn about nature and strategy species out here that we're working with and our habitats. And those are conducted by our environmental educators here on site. And I wanted to point out that those collaborations are ongoing. So they didn't stop when the grant period was over, when we submitted the final grant report. This is a really exciting initiative to use these funds and this project to launch these partnerships, but they are still going. We have very robust partnerships with these groups to date. And then goal number 3 was to improve our accessibility communication tools. So this was actually an interesting part of the project that we did a lot of research and we pulled best practices for how to communicate the trail improvements to users. And this included making new printed brochures. We now have a dedicated web page providing trail accessibility information as well as bench locations. We made a Spanish language version of the trail map, and we also put bilingual trail accessibility information at park kiosks. And there on the slide is just a little example of some of our improved signage on our park kiosks. And we were, through our research and best practices, we really found out that the best practice is just to provide as much information as possible about the trail conditions, and then users can use their own judgment to figure out which trail works best for them and their mobility needs. Our goal number 4 was community engagement. So we really wanted to make sure at the Arboretum in general, we are very volunteer based. We only have 10 staff members. And so we rely on a large volunteer pool. And we particularly wanted to make sure that we were engaging volunteer groups in the accessible trail improvements too. And so we engaged approximately 75 volunteers in these specific trail improvements. And these also expanded groups. Part of the impulse to bring in volunteers was also to reach more underserved populations and help invite them in to feel more ownership over the park. And so we particularly targeted volunteer groups from organizations such as Lane Independent Living Alliance, which serves adults with mobility and developmental needs. And then also Plaza de Nuestra Comunidad, which serves the Latinx population. And so we really have found that, partnering with these sorts of organizations and inviting their teams to come in and do volunteer works helps them both learn about the park, come out here, feel more comfortable in the park, but not just as a visitor, but really as a participant in the work and feeling that sense of ownership and belonging, so they can come out here and say, oh, wow, I helped resurface this trail that now I'm bringing my family to come walk on. So that was really a successful component of this project. And then goal number 5 was educational opportunities. So we wanted to make sure not just to do the project, but to be able to learn about best practices for supporting accessible recreation and also share those best practices with the community. So in 2023, we held an accessibility workshop by Freya McGregor, and that was attended by 26 participants from 16 different agencies. And the really exciting thing about that workshop is actually a partnership or a listserv came out of that called the Southern Willamette Accessibility Group. And that's a listserv that is still very active to this day. So that's where I'm consistently seeing emails come through that listserv about just the one this morning actually was the most accessible portions of the Ridgeline Trail System, which is a trail system here by the city of Eugene, or different resources get shared around. So that was really a fantastic opportunity for us to help host a space to bring together all of these different agencies and say, hey, we're all wanting to improve accessible recreation in Oregon. Let's just be in touch about this. And then the other component that wasn't specifically funded by the OCRF funds, but is definitely a big piece of this project, is that now the Arboretum is hosting David's chairs, which are tracked all-terrain chairs, and we are hosting the only ones in the Willamette Valley. So these are chairs, they're really incredible. They're cool to see. They've got like kind of like tank tracks, and they can really go anywhere. And we are now hosting a program where we have 2 of those chairs on site, and visitors can call ahead and reserve those chairs for no cost, and we check them out and they sign some liability waivers, and then they're able to take those chairs out. And those are really neat because you know, the trail improvements that we did were to the standard that people might be able to go on them with just a free wheel or a walker with larger wheels, but with the David's chairs, the all-terrain chairs, they can really go on the vast majority of our whole trail system. So it really opens up all the trails in the Arboretum for users with mobility challenges. So I wanted to share about some lessons learned from our project. One of the big things that impacted our project delivery was the severe ice storm that happened in January 2024, and that the Arboretum was just perfectly positioned to receive extensive damage to the trees and trails, and we actually had to close the park for 2 months just to even open up the trails again. And we drew in on lots of volunteer support and support from the county too, but that is definitely one of those components that when you submit a project proposal, you can't quite count on, but we were able to work through it and open the park up again. And now the only remnants of that is, of course, a decreased tree canopy, and there's still some brush on the ground that we're working through chipping, but we're really cleaned up from that. Another lesson learned was permitting. So when we started this process, we weren't quite aware of the county permitting processes for the trail improvement that was happening outside of the Arboretum boundary. So that was the one in collaboration with Friends of Buford Park. And that permitting process just took longer than expected because the county initiated some floodway redesignations that we weren't aware of was going to be part of the process. And so we did submit for a project timeline extension for 1 additional year to be added to our grant funding, and that was approved. And we just really, really appreciate OCRF's flexibility with that, so that we were able to complete the project and just have a little bit more wiggle room in the timeline. Yeah, and thanks, big shout out to Ariva for being in close communication throughout that process. And then another lesson learned was the importance of partner coordination. So one of the things that we knew is that in order for this project to be a success, we needed to engage multiple stakeholders in the development and implementation of this project, particularly stakeholders that work specifically with individuals or groups with mobility challenges. And so just that sort of took a little bit longer than expected as well. When we got the funding, we had developed relationships with some of these partner organizations, and then there was some staff turnover in some of those organizations. So we had to go a little bit back to the drawing board of just reestablishing those relations. And honestly, I was new too. I've been here a little over a year, so I came in midway through this project. And so just with those sorts of turnovers, it was just a lesson learned of those, building relationships take time, and building real relationships take time, and just the importance of not pushing something forward without the people whose voices really matter at the table, but taking the time to build the relationships so that we can really get the feedback we need in the process of this project. And then the last one was kind of echoing on that, the value of engaging community feedback. So working directly with disability groups to provide the insights on all stages of the project was really invaluable, and just making sure that we are really not doing the work just to check off a box, but doing this work to serve the community that we are seeking to serve. And so, like I said, developing partnerships with Eugene Adaptive Rec, Lane Independent Living Alliance. We just developed a partner with ARC of Lane County that serves adults and families with developmental delays. And it's really been so beautiful to see how these sorts of initiatives invite in that relationship building, and then it just goes from there. So it's really, the funding that OCRF provided was really just the first push we needed to get the ball rolling on all of this, but that ball is continuing to roll. And I'll wrap this up by saying how we are keeping that momentum moving forward. So we're working on establishing a maintenance plan to preserve the trail quality and accessibility. So as Brent said, it is really easy to underestimate the amount of funds and staff time that is required to just maintain something. It's really exciting to see these big improvements, but then we have to make sure that we're making a plan of how are we keeping these improvements fresh and up to date and accessible into the future. So we're just working on establishing that plan. And then, as I said too, we are continuing our guided nature walks in collaboration with the local disability organizations, and ensuring that we are taking the time to nurture those relationships. And then lastly, this was really this funding from OCRF was really the first step in this direction, but we're really running with it, and we have just launched, and we're calling it our accessible infrastructure project. And so for funding for that project, we're seeking funding to include, well, we just secured a large grant from Travel Oregon. We secured $100K from Travel Oregon, and that's going to be focused on redoing all of our kiosks, our informational kiosks, and our wayfaring trail wayfinding post signposts in the trail intersections. And that's going to be focused on making sure that those kiosks are physically accessible, linguistically accessible, and accessible for people with low vision too. So we're going to incorporate some audio into it. And we're working with an organization, C-Reach, that really has a lot of experience with accessible kiosks. And then we are also seeking funding. We had submitted a proposal to the OCRF round for doing ADA restroom retrofits. So right now, the Arboretum is the entity that provides the public restrooms in the park. Lane County Park doesn't provide public restrooms in this park. We provide public restrooms, but unfortunately our restrooms are quite out of date and they don't meet ADA requirements. And so now that we are inviting more users onto site who do need that additional accommodations, we really need to find the funding to make our restrooms and our picnic areas and all of those amenities more accessible as well, so that when users come on site, they can really have a full experience and be able to recreate and enjoy nature and learn about nature here in a way that works for everybody. So I realize the last slide that I'm missing is a big thank you slide, but I can definitely say just thank you for the funds. And I can confidently say we would not have done this project without the support of OCRF. And so just really appreciate all of your support and make sure, ensuring that Oregon recreation is accessible to everybody. And one of the components of this project was when we were looking for best practices, I was really reaching out to some other organizations, Eugene Adaptive Rec, and saying, can you give us some examples across the state of parks, public parks in in urban areas that are doing a good job at accessible recreation. And we found some examples, but it was really hard to, a lot of the accessible focus organizations were saying, we haven't really found a park that is just like doing a really good job at this. And so that is something that the Arboretum is kind of heeding that call, and we would love to work towards becoming this premier accessible recreation destination. So thank you so much. I'm going to stop sharing and then happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. That was a fantastic, that was really well put together, and it really addressed a lot of our goals, and really great feedback to see how you use the funding. Really nicely laid out. Thank you for that. Thanks for giving us the lessons learned, which we try to incorporate in how we think, and to show us how our impact has been. And I tell you, you had several photos that I think we'd like to get our hands on for our own purposes. Really effective in conveying what you've done. And so I really appreciate that. I appreciate the effort you made, and it's also very gratifying to see what we were able to get the ball rolling on.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'm happy to share those photos. Would Reva be the one who I should send the photos to?
Yeah, Reva would be the one.
Yep.
Okay, I will make sure to do that.
Is any questions?
I had a nuts and bolts question a little bit. Those David's chairs are amazing. We have a couple out on the beach in Gold Beach now, and it's allowed a lot of people to get out. And one of our neighbors recently just had like 4 generations of her family, and she was able to go out there, which was really, really cool. But do you guys host those, and are you having to like work on mechanics of those if they break down, or like how does that work with these groups that are hosting these David chairs?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we have a contract so David's Chairs is a separate organization, David's Chairs. And so we have a contract with David's Chairs. And so what they do is they actually own the chairs, and then we basically lease the chairs from them. So we host the chairs on site. We have the chairs on site in a trailer, and we schedule volunteers. So when there's a reservation, David's Chairs sends us the reservation time and date and information, and then we make sure to schedule a volunteer to go meet the chair user, check out the chair, set them all up, and get them on their way. And then David's Chair, through our lease with them, provides all of the maintenance, the ongoing maintenance and then they host the reservation system, but we do the back end and actually like greeting the visitor and setting them up. So it's a partnership.
Yeah, that's awesome. Seems like a really great way to move through that.
Yes, yeah, we're really wanting to see actually folks from Willamette Lane, which is the Springfield Parks District. They actually just came out to learn about the David's Chairs here and view them and tour our more accessible trails. And because they're wanting to host some at some of the Springfield parks too. So it's been so incredible to see how sometimes all it takes is a little drop in the bucket or some people to start moving in a direction, and then it just snowballs on there and people get excited about it. And so we're really seeing that momentum build in the Eugene Springfield area.
Cool. Thank you.
Any other questions? Great. Thank you so much for a great presentation. And again, it's nice to be the drop in the bucket that sort of makes that all happen, and very, very gratifying for us. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a great day.
Thank you.
The other thing I think we saw there's a lot of stuff that Reva does that we don't have any idea. She obviously was working with, okay, we got a little delay, so can we extend this? And so appreciate Reva's work on that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was really good, really nice examples of what we do, and you really want to figure out how we can bottle those 2 presentations to articulate what this organization does and the impact that it has to help us in our communication about who we are. So that was really, really helpful. I think at this point it is public comment time.
It is, yes. So, and what I saw online was, James Frazier put in the chat that he didn't have any public comment, but if there's anybody else online that would like to offer any public comment for today. Oh, actually, he isn't raising his hand. Go ahead, James Frazier.
Thanks, Riva. Can you hear me in the room?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. Perfect.
Okay, thanks. Chair Wenner and members of the committee, my name is James Fraser. I'm the Oregon Policy Director at Trout Unlimited. I'm sorry to have missed your field tour yesterday. I had some unavoidable schedule conflicts, and it really pained me to miss that time along the Metolius. I'm going to miss your legislative discussion this afternoon, so I just wanted to jump in and provide a few thoughts here per Chair Wenner's comments at the beginning of the meeting today. Trout Unlimited strongly supports OCRF's efforts. We've advocated for OCRF in the legislature, and we've been fortunate enough to receive OCRF funding a few times for initiatives in Central and Northeast Oregon. In the 2025 session, House Bill 2984 would have appropriated $1.5 million to OCRF. On February 5th, the House Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee held a public hearing on the bill. TU provided both in-person testimony on the panel alongside ODFW and written testimony with lots of photos from our OCRF-funded projects. The bill passed out of committee and went to Ways and Means on February 14th, then didn't go any further. The OCRF Beaver Bill, House Bill 3143, was reintroduced this year. TU supported that with written testimony in its public hearing on February 5th, but it also died in Ways and Means. We are certainly disappointed with those results. The lack of general fund support for this program is unfortunate, but also something that we're seeing with many other natural resource agencies. We do intend to continue supporting OCRF in the legislature, and I will be sure to watch the recording of your discussion this afternoon for thoughts on what that might look like and where we might be headed. Looking beyond just OCRF context in this session a bit, I would note for the committee that TU's legislative session debrief article is available on our TU Wild Steelheaders blog, so I can put that in the chat when I'm done. A couple things that TU worked on that might be interesting for your committee include House Bill 2163, which authorizes certain individuals with intellectual disabilities to purchase disability permits for recreational fishing and shellfish harvesting. Under the recreational angling and shellfish harvesting laws, individuals generally must physically hold and operate their own fishing rods, reels, clam guns, and other equipment. An existing law has only allowed an exception to that for certain physical or military service limitations. That framework has prevented some people who cannot operate gear or equipment without assistance from participating in fishing or clamming. And so HB 2163 is going to remove that barrier, which TU supported. We also engaged on ODFW and WRD's budgets with a particularly keen eye on ODFW's budget needs related to Klamath watershed restoration. So I'm pleased to share that our highest priorities for ODFW in the Klamath, which we're ensuring that we have a full team of biologists on Mark Herford's team, and in increasing fish screening capacity for irrigation diversions, are both in the legislative budget. I think that's all I've got. Thank you, and I would be happy to take questions since I can't join you this afternoon.
James, your interest and support of OCRF is greatly appreciated. We know all that you've done for us, and you've always been there. We really appreciate it. There's certainly going to be opportunity for us to have further discussion if you're not able to participate in the discussion this afternoon, but we've got some strategies to talk about and ways to move forward for this organization. And without your help, there are many things we would not have achieved. And so thank you very much for all that you've done and for what Trout Unlimited has done. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
James, also, this is Sarah Wright in the back of the room, and you can see all the way back here. Hey, I hear that your staff did a great job on the field tour yesterday with the OCRF Advisory Committee, and so just want to express thanks to Trout Unlimited for being a part of the day yesterday. I think it was really helpful to have them along, and it sounds like folks were really impressed with your staff, so thanks for that.
Oh, yeah, that's great to hear, Sarah. Yeah, Derek Staub has an amazing program, and thanks for having my extern Bryant along. I see him
Yes.
lurking in the virtual meeting here, but I know I got a lot of great photos this morning from Bryant of the places that you visited. So I sounds like a wonderful time. Thanks.
I second all of that. We were really impressed with Derek, and I've said this several times, but I'll say it again. That was one of our first projects when we had $60,000 to distribute. But it's one of our showcase pieces where we use photos from that project today to show what the OCRF is all about. So we really appreciate that, and it's been part of our legacy. So thanks for that, and thanks to Derek, who really knocked it out of the park for us yesterday. All right, well, thank you.
Thanks, James.
Is there anybody else in the public that would like to make a comment? Looks like that's a no. So we are scheduled to take a break. And then we will return. Let's just go, let's see, we're supposed to be back at 11. Well, that's perfect. We are so, well, not exactly on time.
It's not.
Let's just go, let's just be back at 11. Get the ball rolling.
All right.
Somebody who lives in the hills of Bow Sister.
Okay. So people online can hear us and see us. Okay, we're live. So I just have a budget update and then some summary stats of the project proposals for right now. So we'll start with the budget update. So what we have in the base program is 800,000, and that includes administrative fees for the next biennium. So 25-27 has been removed from that. So that was calculated using our ending fund balance plus any revenue that was received from the 23-25 biennium. That included $232,000 of licensing funds from the electronic licensing system. So that's hunters and anglers donating to OCRF. That includes $327,000 of interest from the last biennium that was made from OCRF program funds. And so that leaves you with about 800,000 to work with for your BRACE program. And something else that I know Carl has been interested in is projecting what you're going to receive for the next biennium from licensing funds. So that projection is calculated with Brandon Combs, and he's our budget analyst. And so he's looked at what we've received since the beginning of the OCRF. You can estimate about 220,000 for the next biennium as an average from what we've received in the past. So just kind of keep that in mind. So we're getting 220,000 for 2025 to 2027 from ELS. So for drought package, 773,000 in the drought package. That's what you have to allocate to projects for this upcoming round that we're about to discuss today. So ARPA is all been obligated and committed to projects, so there's nothing in that one. And then for your wildlife crossing lottery bonds, there's 3.93 million. 1,069,000 has been committed to projects. After that, lottery bond sale happened in May. We were able to get some of those crossing projects out the door, so have 3.93 remaining.
Does that include reimbursement to ODMW about Volinsky?
That includes Kolinsky, yep. That's all in that estimate.
Is the 220 from licensing annually or just for the biennium?
That's for the biennium, so you can probably estimate about 110,000 per year.
And the Fishhawk Lake funding, is that included in this?
That is not. I don't have a current estimate on the Chalk Lake funds. Sarah might.
I don't have the dollar figure, but programmatically, we're considering those as the funding to fund the position. And
So that's what I was curious. There's the admin costs.
that's not including the grant coordinator.
Okay. So what
So
are
the
the,
admin costs for the drought package estimate, that's what's been pulled already for the 23-25 biennium.
right,
And then
the same for the admin costs on the base program?
same for the base program, but I've included the 25-27 as a projection. With admin costs.
But are the position costs included in admin costs?
Yes.
Okay, so we may have a little bit, if we use Fishhawk Lake for the position, then these numbers might be slightly higher.
Then you could remove some of this 285K.
It's not slightly higher. It's somewhat. And this is really important for us to pin down. So if you came up with that 800,000 and had subtracted the future admin costs for how many years?
For 2 years.
2 years. And that's, what is roughly that number? Is it about a year?
For two years?
For 2 years.
Probably around 250.
Okay, so that materially changes what that base number is.
That's spread across the base program and drought package, though. I don't know how much Brandon included in each of those buckets.
It's just for the base program right now?
It's just in the base program? Okay, so then you're looking at just over.
Okay. And that's what's there now and does not include the ELS donations.
And this is before the projects you're about to approve.
Right.
That's correct,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, but that's very helpful.
The licensing fees are going up, but you're not, is that coming later?
These don't affect us. It's whether the people check that box.
You add another. Oh,
And then all-
But it's
Yeah,
a
that's
really good point, James, because
Voluntary.
of a fee increase that's anticipated for 2026, 2028, 2030, it might affect
Yeah.
how willing people are.
That's where our marketing campaign is gonna raise that.
Plastic. Those new pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we need to talk about. So that's important, just so we, so what we're, just to clarify, we have, Reba has identified a cutoff line for the base program of about 274,000. And if we're able to say, okay, well, our base program is funded, not counting future ELS donations that are around there, that's going to tell us what we've got left. If we in fact give the 270. So it's not a lot of money, but where we have the line drawn, this is just the kind of things for us all to be thinking about, where we have the line drawn for the drought package is 263,000.
For non,
763.
I mean, 760.
Yeah.
And we have 773,000. So there's $10,000 kicking around in there that would need to be spent on some drought related thing. How we might want to deal with that in the future, something to not asking us to contemplate those just yet, but just to have those in mind so we know what we've got going forward. Okay, do you have anything further on that budget update, Reva?
That's what I think with a budget update. Are there any more thoughts on?
What's ODFW's admin? Sure.
I don't know what's included in that admin cost.
Oh, I don't care what's included. I just didn't know, do you guys have a percentage? Like what?
We don't take a percentage off of this.
Oh, okay.
This was just a,
That admin is, I think, in support of.
Sure.
Like
Yeah.
legal.
Yeah, no, yeah. All the things that go into admin.
DOJ fees, grant.
Grant
software.
management system,
Yeah, no, it's all good things.
but I don't know how much you put into that calculation.
Well,
Reba?
I have a little bit more information. He calculated, he was calculating any cost of living adjustments over the next 2 years, step increases, and so we tried to make it a larger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have any reservations about it? Just asking. I think it's important.
So that again, just if you, maybe some of you weren't here, but there was a settlement related to Fishhawk Lake fish kill that we ended up with around $1 million being allocated to us, and that money is being used for various costs that we've had. And Sarah's, I think, thoughts on that is that's what will fund the administrative position in the next money. That's where that money's going to come. So rather than take it out of our base program, it'll come out of that. So that gives us a little more funding for us to deal with down.
Did we get into the Monsanto fund opportunity?
TBD on that.
Okay.
So right now, the Environmental Restoration Council.
Yeah.
Is being formed.
You
The
you have a
staff,
seat?
we have a seat. The director gets a seat.
Okay.
We have a staff person who will be helping things along with OWEB staff. We're a ways out from the state agencies making proposals to the council for approval. The council has to do rulemaking to figure out how they're gonna operate. Then they'll open up to the agencies for that directly to tribes, which that goes to OWEB to go out to environmental justice projects. But for the state agency piece, our new person who starts at the end of August will be building our portfolio of proposals. And it's possible that you could make that request of the Environmental Restoration Council that they provide maybe like a block grant to OCRF. That's one of the purposes of those funds is for habitat restoration.
Yeah.
So it's on my mind as a potential opportunity if we can get the council support for it. Hopefully I'm like illustrating all the like hoops.
Yeah, I love it. Love it.
There's also
Well,
a matrix of project evaluation there with it.
Yeah, criteria for project evaluation. I will say that, I think their angle has been thus far more on environmental justice and, remediation type projects.
Okay.
And we'll play that role of reminding them in the settlement, one of the original intentions was habitat restoration.
Yeah.
Right. So that's only part of OCRF's mission. So it wouldn't obviously be available for irrigation projects.
Yeah.
But the environmental justice piece seems would be quite applicable to what.
There could be.
There's also within the funds, as Sarah said, it's earmarked how much is for EJ communities and groups that work with EJ communities. So the state agencies are earmarked for 50% of the funds, 25 and 25 for tribal governments and EJ communities. So there is that one segment that's specifically set out for that. And so for the piece that's for state agencies and speaking with well here, from the conservation community's perspective, we're trying to make sure that the impacts of this is what the agencies are able to address. And so restoration is a huge part of that, including remediation for sure, but for ODF&W, restoration is where they can play a huge part. And so we would very much like that.
Given there's a whole other bucket for the EJ communities.
Yes.
Portion that comes to ODFW would probably really be more centered on habitat restoration.
There's 4 state agencies that follow. Okay, so ODF&W is not the other. So that's the other.
So with that being said, Sarah, with the obstacles and hurdles, what would be the estimate of when funding might be available? Like 2 years, 3 years?
Yeah, maybe 2027.
They're still appointing council members right now.
So not anytime soon.
Not anytime soon, but we'll keep an eye on it and be thinking about that as part of the plan for sure.
Sorry, I guess that'd be your turn.
No.
All right.
All right, and then I just wanted to share that you've received, almost 600,000 from ELS since the beginning of OCRF, so it's been significant. And corporate private donations, 1.3 million. Is everyone okay with me moving into a project summary of the proposals for the budget? Okay. So you had, so this is our spring grant cycle. It opened in March 20th, closed on May 9th, and it was the most project proposals you've ever received in a round. Huge amount of interest in funding. You had $5.8 million in total requested funds. That's, 3 million more than your last solicitation.
Wow.
Solicitation. The last spring cycle, so 1 year ago, you had $4.7 million in requests, and that up to that point had been the largest you'd ever received. So we're $1 million over that. The average project request is about $57,000. These are, you know, kind of bigger projects for a small grant program. Average project request was driven up a bit by the larger project maximum for drought projects. And this group had already identified that you would spend about $1 million at what you have budgeted for this round. Just wanted to note that the odds of getting funded are about, you know, a little bit less than 1 in 6. So it's a really competitive round. It's tough.
I'm sorry, Rio, what was the total number we funded the project? But like of the 101, what was the number that we ultimately funded?
If you fund the top ranked 18 projects, it would be 1,030,000 total.
Yeah, and how, just with the line you drew, how many projects is that?
18.
18. 18 out of 100.
That's correct. Yeah. So, and just note on the odds. So the odds of getting accepted are, you know, decreasing as we get more and more applications in. It seems like your spring cycle is a little bit more interest than the fall. And as the program is getting bigger requests. So the review of projects was conducted by ODFW staff technical review team for anyone online who's not aware of our review process. So that was our level 1 review, and then level 2 reviews by the OCR advisory committee, you all in the room. The review process is now complete, and huge gratitude to everybody that spent all the time on the reviews. This was a big lift this round. We really asked a lot of you, so thank you so much for all the time you spend, and all of our staff technical reviewers that spent a lot of time on these. So for those online, we have 2 buckets for this funding cycle, the drought package and the non-drought funds or base program funds. And OCRF has enough to grant about $750,000 drought projects and about $250,000 in non-drought. And just to note, there was a different project maximum between the two, so $100,000 and $50,000. So I just have a summary of the drought versus non-drought categories. So if the project addressed any aspect of drought, wildfire, aquatic habitat resilience, they could fall into this drought category. 62 projects out of the 101 fell into that category, and we're able to explain that they do fall into it and why. Majority of the projects are going to be funded from the drought package funds. And then this is just showing you of the 18 projects that fell above the funding line, 1/3 are non-drought and about 2/3 are drought projects. So able to be funded from drought package. This next category is your conservation and recreation classification. Project applicants self-identified their project on the spectrum between conservation to recreation. And out of the 101 project proposals received, the pure conservation projects is this dark blue here. And it's about 1/4 of them. Conservation with a recreational element is in your orange slice down here. That's about 32 projects. The even mix classification is an even mix of conservation and recreation involved in the project. And that's about 16 projects. So those are projects right at the intersection between conservation and recreation and right in the middle. And then your yellow is recreation with a conservation element. It's about 21 projects. And then 4 projects, pure recreation. For the 18 projects, for the pure conservation slice and the conservation with a recreational element in the orange, that's about half, makes up half of the projects. Even mix, only one project fell into that category. And then a large number of eight projects fell under this recreation with the conservation element.
Interesting.
So where the projects are happening, what regions of the state is always interesting to look into for each round. So the column on the left lists your ecoregions, West Cascades, Willamette Valley, Northern Basin and Range. And then across is the number of applicants, number of project proposals. So some regions that don't have as much coverage in are the Northern Basin and Range, a little bit less, but a significant amount of proposals from there as well. Columbia Plateau and Coast Range and Near Shore. You actually received a significant number of Coast Range and Near Shore, so that's not as common. There was a lot more proposals coming in from the coast this round.
We did a lot more outreach on that.
You did?
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
think that really made a difference. I'm curious of just like, you know, my position is combined the near shore and coast range. How come on here we have it separated?
Oh, well,
Is it good for your stats or?
They are separate ecoregions of Oregon technically, but
Just do it.
we could, I mean,
It doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking if you combined them, you know, you're up to like 30 or
That's-
40 even. I can't see that.
well, yeah, and then the other thing to think about with this plot is that it's showing, because projects fall under multiple ecoregions, so it's showing their primary ecoregion that they're gonna be doing the work in, and then also, you know, the multiple regions that they're gonna be impacting, so you can't really just add them together.
Yeah.
I can get to those stats later.
Oh, no, you're good.
What, the Columbia Plateau is perennially our lowest one. This is actually a pretty good showing for the Columbia
It is,
Plateau.
yeah. Definitely is. And then, so this is the 18 projects here. It's a kind of a similar distribution. I'll just go back so you can kind of see that we still have, you know, good geographical representation across the state for the top 18 projects. Willamette Valley still has the most, and that's typical. And then the nearshore and Columbia Plateau, Northern Basin Range with the least, Blue Mountains as well. But still good representation there, and they're still represented there.
Yeah, but it would be interesting to look at this from a percentage standpoint, like percent of what was submitted by ecoregion.
Okay,
I mean, just
yeah,
the eyeball wants to tell you, as you flip between those two sides, that we're still heavy Willamette Valley, like maybe
Yes,
bias
yeah.
the valley, and I'm just curious, maybe that's not actually the case, that percentage wise, maybe they're all relatively equal.
You flip back again.
So there was,
Scale bar changes, so.
Uh-huh, yeah.
The you can tell the East Cascades was the pretty highly represented, but did not get many,
And then, yeah, how many made it above the 24?
yeah. So that's informative. I mean, it's just the way it went. But one of the problems is when you've got 18 out of 100 projects, one project in one category changes things a lot. And it's just not a lot of projects. One piece of information to take from this is, I don't know how many, we had $100,000 as our limit. I don't see any that we actually gave dollars to. But, you know, just thinking about what that limit is going to be, $100,000 project would take a big chunk of money. That
yeah.
But similarly, do you have a pie chart with recreation and conservation for the ones that are funded?
Yeah, let me go back to that. So this is the 18 projects up there. I don't know if you can see that all. So it's showing the pure conservation one, it's in the dark blue. Conservation with recreation element in orange.
Pure recreation.
There were,
There were 4 applicants and 0 got funded.
that identified their project as pure rec.
So that's a,
What is the total number of projects identified as recreation, is that correct, Linda?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
4 of 101 projects identified as only recreation.
Pure rec, yeah, that's correct. Mhm.
so that's a pretty even split when you look at, conservation versus recreation, where you have about half for strongly conservation and about half for strongly recreation. But they all had, there was a lot of combined where you have the two. I think speaks well to our mission and what we've been tasked with doing. And at the same time, though, I'm happy to see that percentage of conservation that's in there. And what might be informative going forward, as we're going to have, as we're strategizing all this in the next year, is seeing what that looks like over the time frame.
Over time.
That like, what does that chart look like for the whole experience of this? What?
Yep.
But that's not for today. That's just something to think about.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So
Something
we can
I've
evaluate
noticed
where we are.
in reading these, I wonder if, folks with purely recreation have the same grant writing skills in their project. It seems kind of very clear that they don't. Be compared to conservation. Actually, work grants can be pretty fancy. And some of the people with the recreation only, I see that they have great ideas and projects, but they don't write it up as well. And I think that.
That might be more a reflection of our scoring.
Yep.
I think the criteria are a big factor.
Yeah, it would be, I think it's tough for a recreation only
Yeah.
to get scored as well as a conservation only.
Yeah. The other piece would be like what Sarah was saying for the overall ecoregions one is like what proportion of 101 were for each and what proportion within that got funded. So like 0 out of 4 versus how many were conservation only and how many of those got funded. That would give a more accurate representation of if there's some sort of a bias happening unintentionally. So, but
Your point about ability to write grants.
Yes.
One of the big discrepancies there was the eastern Cascades versus the Willamette Valley, where you have all those sophisticated city types. And all the country bumpkins over in the east side, right? So that's,
Well, some of this East Cascade ones came out.
Yeah, there was a lot. But it does also, you bringing that up, Liza Jane, also makes me think about some of the conversations we've been having about removing barriers to participation from underserved communities who maybe haven't traditionally participated. And that may also, that has nothing to do with conservation versus recreation necessarily, but it may also be influencing how we're scoring, how to develop this. I'm just wondering if at some point if you want to do some sort of audit of ourselves in terms of how those maybe more simple proposals are scoring for us as a group.
yeah, and I think about funding too, private funding, and having spent the last weekend in the Central Oregon area, I would say recreation has a high value. And then hunting and fishing across the state, especially the east, I think. But are we presenting ourselves as a good opportunity for recreation across the state? And I think these stats show us that. And then Sarah, to your point, like the scoring and these communities that haven't experienced grant world quite as much.
I'm wondering though if it's a bad thing that we're encouraging people to think about conservation opportunities that are recreation based. I mean, it's hard to,
Fit all the buckets.
exactly. I don't know that that's bad that we're giving priority to projects that do have a conservation focus as well.
But when you go back to to kind of answer those is go back to the genesis of this organization and
Mhm.
what was the mandate? And it started out as conservation, and
That's right.
the recreation piece was sort of stuck in there. And it was not primary. It was not the primary mission of the, that was done, my understanding is at the time when they were writing this all up, it started out as pretty much straight. It would have been the Oregon Conservation Fund. And then to kind of get it through, and all the dickering that goes back and forth, the recreation part was put in there. And it's very unclear in many ways when you look at the enabling legislation, exactly how you're supposed to separate those out. But in many ways, it was an afterthought rather than the primary reason. And so to have it come out like this is not wrong. It's not inappropriate.
And there are lots of people who are managing to meld the two.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean,
And those are,
It is beneficial to have recreation with the component of conservation.
Yes.
I do think that is a good place for this committee to be supporting of always having sort of a conservation hook in it, whether it's focused on recreation or just conservation. I think that makes complete sense.
Well, I've raised this issue before. If a group submitted a recreation proposal, that was a really good recreation proposal, and it was $5,000 that they couldn't get anywhere else, somehow we ought to be able to reach that, because the impact on the overall program would be very minimal, but it could be very beneficial towards some of these. I mean,
I would like everyone to hold that thought for discussion on a very specific project
I know.
that I want to bring up later. So thank you.
I don't remember if sustainable is in our mission, sustainable recreation, but I think if it is, somewhere that word, then it does have a conservation emphasis as well. I mean, if you want recreation to be sustainable, they have to be thinking about effects on habitat.
Some of these are self-identified too, remember?
Right.
And so
Exactly.
like
Yes.
those 4 people that should have said, check the conservation.
I know, right?
Put something in there.
It's talking about, I think it's just the education to the grant writer to sliding those things in, but make it lean towards something. Because really there isn't, I don't feel like there is pure recreation. You're probably doing something to improve, which might improve water quality and all those kinds of things too.
Yeah,
Making that education more straightforward.
exactly. I think that plays a role in what you're looking at here with these stats, is that these are self-identified, and it's probably more likely someone is going to check that recreation with a conservation element box because they have some type of uplift to sensitive species in their recreation. So I think that's an element of.
Yeah, but I would love eventually to schedule some sort of workshop or something where we can kind of walk through this application again. And what is meaningful alignment with our mission, make sure we're hitting all those marks and that's it.
Application and scoring criteria.
Yeah, that's on the, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, is that
Okay.
on the projects?
Yeah, and we can move into talking about the projects now. I can walk us through the drought scores and rankings and the non-drought rankings. So we'll do that.
Yeah, I think we're, I was gonna share one comment, as I was going through the proposals and, I hit 2 or 3 beaver ones in a row and the danger of doing stuff in front of your computers, I'm doing fun, so it would be a beaver action plan or something. So without much thought, I put an email to Riva and Derek Roman, been a part of that before, just like, hey, what about that? Thinking I'd get a short answer back, and the response I got back was, we had to set up a Teams meeting with you as ODF and W staff, of which there was 3 people in the Beaver program, Sam and somebody else. One of the people who reviewed them, and Derek and Reba. It was actually really, I was like, oh, I better have some questions. But it was really kind of cool to see they were really talking amongst themselves and looking at these projects, and the ODF and W staff reviewers had circled back to the Beaver people, which ones were going on. And so there was a lot more cohesive conversation behind the scenes. Some of the work we funded before went into the projects we funded. And I forget his name now. I think he was a fisheries person from the department. Pointed out there's a little bit of concern about BDAs everywhere, and some places we're talking about them as permanent structures rather than sort of transitional structures. And do these BDAs actually block fish passage? And in that light, I noticed and was pleased to see EU had one proposal plan to evaluate basically fish movements before and after the BDA. So to me, that was just sort of a healthy conversation because there's a lot of people.
Very few of them got funded.
I'd like to just add on that. I would not be able to do this without ODFW technical reviews.
Right.
They are so valuable to me. I think, yeah, and knowing that I can follow up if I have an additional question to the review, but wow, thank you. And that's time consuming. They had an increased load, right? On this too. So just probably wouldn't even attempt this without that review from folks that know more than I do. Yeah.
We'll pass that back to staff.
Yeah,
Definitely
please.
do.
My goodness.
And thank you for everyone keep that comment in mind as we think about the value of the OCRF and the process that we have to assess projects. It's pretty unparalleled in the state. It is certainly at least on the level of OWEB, where they have the review teams, and we have that. That's a really valuable thing. We want to capitalize on that going forward. So appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, thanks, Jane. I'll send that on to the staff review team.
Yeah, couldn't do it without it. No way.
And that's always the first thing I read before I go into the proposal. So I know something because I don't know anything about sturgeon.
Yeah.
But I was thinking that for the ODF and W projects, I think sometimes they're underestimating if they have volunteers. Like the 2 sturgeon projects had 0 match, 0 partnerships. It was really hard. I mean, they looked like great projects and technically skilled, all that, but they had no leverage. And for that reason, they didn't rate out very highly. I think they're in the bottom 4 of all the projects. And I think they actually have some volunteers that's kind of buried in there. And they certainly could have found some probably fishing groups that could have participated and would have helped sort of raise their level a little bit.
This is why I feel like we should revisit scoring criteria at some point, or at least think about if we need to nest things out or how it looks in the future.
I don't know, the Forest Service got to the point where leveraged projects that had matches were rated up way higher just because we didn't have enough money.
Right.
We're kind of in the same boat now. I mean, if you really want to leverage funds, having partners that are putting a lot into it makes a huge difference.
We don't even require it. So
That's true.
But so as a grant writer, like I'm gonna put it in because I know we don't require match means still put it in there. But it's like if you're literally asking for no match, then there are groups that are not gonna put it in there because it's more work to tag down partners and make sure you have the money. And so I think that's something we should wrestle with at some point too, is if we want to actually require that or not, because right now it feels a little unfair too, like for people that don't. Because I do the same thing when I'm judging, like, well, they didn't really leverage any, but we're not asking them to. So do I get to say required? Yeah, you don't require it.
It's not required, but it is something that's taken into consideration when we're looking at the cost effectiveness.
Picture.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
a partnership.
I definitely.
There's a partnership criteria, yeah, but not like a money.
But those are indicators that the project will actually be. So
There's also
it helps to know that the money that you're giving to
Agreed.
done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it probably plays a role in your cost effectiveness for that.
He does.
Yeah.
Doesn't for me.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, Kelly. I'm always encouraging applicants to put anything you can in kind math.
I told everybody,
Yeah.
yeah.
FEMA does a lot of interaction with the applicants. And I've gotten really good feedback from them on it.
And with us.
Yeah.
How many times did you get phone calls from us?
Oh, you know, just a few.
All right, so what we have here, I think Reva has laid out, and everyone has these reports, pretty straightforward. I think the only, where you can see Reva had to figure out a way to draw the line. We all allocated a certain amount of money for each of these buckets of money. And there were ties on many of the projects where they're all got a 7, say. And so in a very Solomonic way, Reva decided, and I think we did this in the past, and I think it's imperfect, but the best way we have is to look at the raw scores. And I don't think that that's a wonderful way to do it, but I can't think of a better way to do it. And so with those raw scores, that is how she came up with the line. For me, like it's really gut wrenching. One of my favorite projects was the mapping of the Rocky Reef fish habitat, which got a 7, but it's below the line. But I can't figure it. There's no way that I could look at it that you would reassess that and change it.
Are we on non-drought, just
Yeah, I'm just giving that as an example. Just on the non-drought one.
oh, we're on drought.
I mean, on drought. Yeah, I guess
It's on.
it's on drought. Malpy.
That's not like, why
Mapping
is
Rocky Reef fish on drought. I guess these are self-identified.
Yeah.
I guess it's maybe everybody's coming from the
Some
drought.
marked drought, but if you ask for under 50, that's why I was confused. So with this technically, it's not a drought project. They just marked that it was like
It says it is.
good for drought.
They self-identified as a drought.
So if anybody checked the box that says this applies to drought, would you put them in the drought package?
Well, they have to explain why they.
Right, I know, but like if they asked for less than $50,000.
Oh, do they just?
Because I had some of them that just marked it, but they still asked for the 50,000 or less, and I assumed they went into still the other pile, because I was thinking they would just do, they're not, it's not a drought project, they're just addressing it, but they're under the 50 grand threshold, so they're not.
There was a
asking for
lot of
money.
there was a lot of drought projects that were under 50.
Yeah.
So
Kelly,
that
you're
was
saying
the
do they
criteria was whether
Yeah.
If they're less than 50,000?
Yeah.
Short answer is no.
Okay.
Because they're still going.
Yeah.
Well,
if they self-identified as drought, they were.
They went over there.
So that's just a little bit of a distraction there. But the point is,
Yeah.
we all had projects that we thought were really great, and they did make the cut. And but I don't think unless you all have another way of drawing that line, I think Reva came up with a good. And
You said the raw scores.
so if you look at the, where the line was drawn, let's everyone look at the drought package, and the line was drawn at, under project 94, which gets us to right around our limit that we self-imposed of 750,000. And there's a 7, but there's several 7s below that. And so the way she did it is she ranked the 7s with a raw score.
Got it.
And that raw score was the actual scores that we gave. And it's pretty darn close, 2 points, but it is what it is. And that's just again, imperfect, but a very reasonable way to do it. And without other compelling evidence, I think we have a nice way to draw that line. And unless anybody else has some other.
I just have a quick question about like the disaster peak one. So it's interesting because it's ranked. Or its raw score, excuse me, is much higher than the three above it. But it has the sum is one down it, but
Where's that one?
so number 39, project
Yeah.
number 39.
That is because we were using that, the rank, we did that we all go back, we all grade a little differently.
Yeah.
And what would happen is myself, who tends to give high scores, my projects would get funded.
Right.
Whereas someone who just created a car is gonna rank them all.
Score.
Not
Yeah, yeah.
give them quite as good a score. So what we felt was it's like, how did yours come out against all your other
Mhm.
projects? And we
Right.
gave you 1, 2, 3, 4, went like that. And so Disaster Peak, the two folks that reviewed it, it ended up with an A.
Right.
Whereas all the others were a 7. So
Gotcha.
that's how that happened, even though the raw score is higher. Which is, there's several of them below the line that have raw scores higher than the 135.
Sure.
But I think that's a more fair way to do it. Yes, to come up with that ranking.
And you have the flexibility to move things above and below the funding line. Reva's proposal for the raw score is one way.
Yeah.
of skinning the cat, but there are, like, if you had other things you wanted to bring into this, like geographic diversity or project type diversity, or, we've never funded this applicant before. Those would be
Sure.
some reasons why you could.
And we've done
think about
that.
things.
One of the Columbia Plateau, we have funded very few projects on Columbia Plateau. And we had a situation where there was a sturgeon project in the Columbia Plateau that was like 1 or 2 below, and we funded that. We went ahead and over it. But that was, again, to try to give some equity across the.
So much easier to do that.
Yeah, I know. So,
To Sarah's point though, I mean, the other way to do it is we could look at all the 7. Talk about strong projects. Not advocating it, because I think it's
Yeah.
also messy.
Yeah.
It's a zero sum game.
Yeah, I know.
yeah, and we all did,
But you could go there.
and we had, you have to have the person that read it advocate.
Yeah.
Again, it's not perfect, but it's close. And I think I'm hopeful that the applicants recognize that. It's not like we arbitrarily draw a line, but then we only have so much money. And if we had more, it would be a different thing, but we don't. And so, and I think it's difficult to even at this point add on projects, because that's gonna take
We're already
away from
over.
an already small pot that we're gonna have to utilize in the future. If we had a couple $1 million sitting out there, it might be easier. So from unless there's serious thoughts about it, I think that we're funding some fantastic projects. It's a really nice group. I think as Reva shown, it's pretty diverse. We have a lot of diversity in what we're funding geographically as well as the topics. So I'm pretty happy with it. I'm unhappy with the fact
Hey, we don't have enough.
there's a whole bunch of great ones we did. But that is the way it is. So with that, does anybody have any other specific thoughts about the process and where the line's drawn?
I just had one other comment, and that was, if you look at the rank scores of the non-drought projects versus the drought projects, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 projects that were higher in people's ranking than the drought projects that got funded, which is unfortunate.
And that's the
That's what
fact.
it is, but
That money was earmarked.
yeah,
Those people
Right.
unfortunately went into a smaller pot. I have heartburn on that as well. And
Mhm.
if you look at, so there are many non-draft projects that was the person's second, both people's second
Mhm.
choice and didn't get funded.
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah, if you look at just the fours, there were one,
If they
two,
got a
three.
4, that meant it was either
Yeah.
like someone gave it a 1, both gave it their second. And that's, these are some great projects that did not get funded.
I'd also like to know, I know I read several grants twice. I think they were on my list before. It would be interesting to know how many times they've applied. And we don't have that information, do we? I only knew that
Yeah,
because I've seen
I
it.
did a couple of those too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The other thing I noticed in reading the ODF&W reviews, or sometimes the reviewers requested that they discuss potential management implications, and they didn't. And I think maybe that's something that we either, I mean, I understand maybe sometimes it's just pure science and there is no management implication, but there sort of is, if you think far enough out. But I noticed that a couple of times where they said that it would have been a stronger application if it had discussed management implications.
And I thought about that too, Sarah, that in several cases, the ODFW staff made it their highest priority. Like, this is really important to us. And yet they didn't get funded. And there were instances where the ODF staff said, if they had talked to us, we would have told them. And I thought, I hope there's some follow-up on those. Like the pygmy rabbit thing was a high priority, but there were some problems with they didn't communicate with ODFW staff, and maybe the methodology wasn't the best. And I hope that the ODFW staff reviewers feel empowered to have some conversations with these folks between now and our next round to make sure that what they're proposing to do is really what works for ODFW. And that I think, I hope they don't just kind of sit back and go, oh, well, they didn't talk to us. And, that if it is when it is a high priority, it would be really good if they got on that and talked to the folks and said, okay, we really like this project. We really want you to do this, but here's how we'd like to see it be different between now and the next round.
I would just offer a friendly process modification to that, given how busy our staff are.
Mm-hmm.
That if any applicants who did not get funded would like to see the technical review or understand some of the notes, they can reach out to Riva.
Yeah.
And then if it were that type of situation where staff said, if they would have just done this, or if next time I would recommend they do that, we can connect them.
Yeah, okay, good.
I don't think staff will go through and say, I'm gonna follow up with so and so.
We-
But applicants are welcome to come to us for feedback.
And we've had that. Riva, in fact, got on me because I never put any comments on anything.
She didn't just get on it, she changed the criteria.
Yeah, you had to do it. And so I would put that very thing. I would say staff said this, and that's why my score wasn't quite so.
Yeah, and I did that.
So that is accessible. It is accessible to people. And you don't want to put the onus on staff to do that, but on the applicants. So.
Right. But when the staff says this is really important, we really need this information. Like, okay, don't sit back and just expect that they're going to, that's when you really do talk to them. We need this information.
So, and since that came up, in the interest of full disclosure, I do want to point out that I reached out to an applicant that did get funded. And I knew that I felt like they were going to get funded. It was basically it's the second one on our drought package. And it is this project is actually ODF&W, where they have trail champions. These are underrepresented teenagers that are trained to become ambassadors at trailheads to talk about the trails and the hazards and also drought. And they were quite smart to identify they were going to speak about drought. And so it got into our drought package, and really a great thing. And it's a continuation. There was very little discussion, if any, about conservation of wildlife. So I reached out to them and said, how hard would it be for you to add that into it? And they wrote up and he said, not at all. And so now there's a wildlife component to that, where they're going to talk about the wildlife that people might encounter on the trail and also the impact of drought on them. So that's now an official thing that will be part of our requirement as something they have to do. And so I just wanted to let y'all know that I had done that. And I didn't know exactly how they would come out. They were given 100% by the Oregon, by the staff. And then I myself, it was my first or second choice, and whoever else obviously thought highly of it. That got funded, but I just wanted to make sure that people knew that project got a bit modified. And I don't think that that's to Jane's point about, well, if they'd have done this, it'd have been different. It's not inappropriate to reach out to the applicants about those things to help them make a better proposal.
I've given people feedback, but then I take myself out of the rating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way to do it. If you weren't given that opportunity, you question that.
All right, so given that, in the interest of moving forward here, are we willing to go ahead and approve this?
Yes.
Does anyone want to make a motion? You have that as a motion up there.
Yes, just 1 second.
Looks like a lot of people had been previously funded. It says on this one, but we don't.
So I have the drought project motion up.
I hereby move to approve the top ranked 12 drought projects from the OCRF Round 9 Spring 2025 RFP totaling $763,202 in expenditure from the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second from Liza Jane, all in favor? Looks like that passed. Great. Now we have the non-drought package. Would care to make that motion?
Did you want to?
I hereby move to approve the top ranked 6 non-drought projects from the OCR Round 9 Spring 2025 RFP totaling $274,259 in expenditure.
Second.
Sure.
Do you have any seconds that? All in favor? We've got it. Great. So that's approved. That is our, I don't know how many rounds this has been, but it's been a lot. That's another great one. $1 million on the ground, the thing. And we do have a lunch break, but I tell you what I would like to do, Christie is scheduled to do a legislative update at the end after lunch. I would ask her if it's possible to do that now.
Okay.
Give everybody some time to think about what I think many of us know the legislative update, but if you could just kind of go over things for us, Christie.
Very quickly, yeah, and then happy to answer any questions. So I would rather make it more discussional, so I'll try to be brief with my part. But, and James Fraser from TU already kind of mentioned 2 of the main legislative concepts that came out this session, that was very specific to OCRF, which was House Bill 2984. That was just funding allocation for OCRF. Just a legislative funding allocation for OCRF. That was a $3 million ask, and it did not move out of Ways and Means. That's the bigger overarching challenge this session, is that we were in a very tight budget session this year. So ideally, that would have been part of the water package at the legislature, but this year we didn't even have a water package because they didn't have money to give the water caucus any specific allocation. So that didn't move. And then we had House Bill 3143, landowners living with beavers bill. That builds on a bill that passed in 2023 that was specifically for private lands. What the 2023 bill did was it moved beavers from the predatory animal statute into the fur bearer regulations. And so that means there was more rules and regulations around take of beavers outside of trapping seasons. And because of that, the idea behind this bill was that we wanted to make funding available for landowners who have to live with beavers on their property, and maybe their first knee-jerk reaction shouldn't be killing the beaver the moment they see it. And if there are resources available, they're more likely to do so. So it was set up like a grant program for soil water conservation districts, watershed councils, conservation groups who will get block grants essentially from OCRF. And it would they would then work with landowners to implement non-lethal strategies. That would have been restricted grants if it came to OCRF because it's very specific to the mandate the bill was trying to implement. This was the second time this bill was introduced. Also, again, strong bipartisan support. Also, the previous OCRF bill, strong bipartisan support. It's not that there's lack of political will in terms of OCRF and its support. It's just the funding. It was just, they did not have money. So we did not get that bill through either. But then the main sort of big picture funding problem that we have in our states is the funding we don't have for our state wildlife action plan. Like we talked a little bit earlier about the genesis of OCRF. Well, the bill I'm about to talk about is actually version 2.0 of the bill that led to the genesis of OCRF, because OCRF was initially conceived as not OCRF, but a fund that would be available for the department to implement the state wildlife action plan. That was meant for species that generally don't have funding that is available to ODF&W through federal grants that are meant for game species or species that are hunted or fished. So that's what the original genesis of that concept. That got recreation added into the bill back in 2018, I think. And then the legislature said, absolutely not. And then they said, we'll give you $1 million, but then you have to raise $1 million. And that's how OCRF came to be. So the original concept kind of died there a little bit. OCRF was set up, which was a good outcome of that process. But the original idea of getting the agency some resources for the implementation of the state wildlife action plan didn't really go through. So some of the stakeholders kept noodling on that idea, and based on the recommendations that came out of a task force back in 2015 that identified some funding sources that the agency could possibly have access to fund the state wildlife action plan. That funding sources of the 4 or 5 funding sources, the one that rose to the top for the stakeholders was the state transient lodging tax, or TLT. Oregon, and I'm specifically talking to the state TLT, not the local or county TLT, because those are separate buckets of monies and how you can use them. The current state TLT, which is 1.5%, is used for Travel Oregon, for our promotion of our tourism industry and tourism in Oregon, period. And so we have the third lowest state TLT in the whole country. The bill, which was House Bill 2977, or we call it 1% for wildlife, was initially introduced as a 1% increase in the state TLT. So it would bring it from 1.5 to 2.5%. And this 1% would go to ODF&W for the implementation of the state wildlife action plan. That would have generated a revenue of about 30 million per year, or 60 million in a biennium, which is pretty significant pot of money for the conservation of like 88% of our species are not hunted or fished. So those species, as well as the habitats. However, of course, any increase in the state transient lodging tax is viewed as challenging because it is a self-imposed tax by the lodging industry when the state TLT came to be. And so they perceive it as any increase should be driven by them, and any increase should be driven towards tourism and not for any other purpose. So that's the biggest challenge we face with the bill. House Bill 2977 started with 1%. And then it moved out of the House Natural Resources Committee with bipartisan support, even though it was one Republican legislator who voted yes on that bill. And then it's stuck in House Revenue for a long time because negotiations were taking place on this bill. There were other bills in play too. In that process, the bill was amended to bring up the funding, to bring up the percentage from 1% to 1.25%. So instead of, it was a bumping up. And the 0.25 was a negotiated deal with some Republican legislators to get certain specific pots of monies that are priorities for the different legislators. So while the 1% was broad, like you can spend it on anything related to the State Wildlife Action Plan, the 0.25 was very specifically earmarked. Like 0.01 will go do this, or roughly about this million. OCRF was one of those. So in the 0.25%, OCRF was specifically identified. Now I'm forgetting the percentage number, but roughly it would have added up being about 3 million per biennium would go to OCRF. There was wildlife connectivity funding, there was invasive species funding, there was funding from the wolf compensation fund and OCRF. Like those were big buckets that were specifically identified. The bill moved out of the House Revenue with bipartisan support, moved out of the House floor with bipartisan support, which is very difficult on a tax vote. I cannot stress enough how difficult it is on a tax vote to get bipartisan support, because tax vote is not simple majority. You need 2/3, or sorry, 3/5 for tax votes. So even with a super majority, it's not a given unless every single one of them voted yes on it. So anyway, so it was a strong coalition of conservation partners, a strong coalition at the legislature that moved it out of the House. And it ended up in the Senate. It ended up in the Senate Rules Committee and had a good public hearing and had the votes to move it out. So it moved out of that committee with not bipartisan support. It moved out of 3-2, but it got a minority report. And for those not familiar with minority report, it's basically the minority, and in this case, it doesn't mean a minority party, it's whoever is in the no vote is the minority here. And so the people who voted no can propose an alternative concept to the bill as for consideration. And so that's what they said they will do. They will put a minority report on our bill. And because of the timeline that they have for a minority report and where we were in the legislative process, it was going to run out the clock on the bill. So they were essentially going to kill the bill through a political process. We had the votes. We know, and by we I'm putting on my wildcat, that the conservation community had worked with legislators to secure the votes for that. And we had the votes if it would just make it to the floor, but because it had 5 days to submit the minority report, the bill was moved out of committee on a Wednesday. The session was ending on a Sunday. So the minority report gave them all the way to Monday. And so that we tried 11th hour different tools to try and get the bill straight to the floor, even with the minority report, if that was possible. There are some political tools for that, but given the situation with the transportation package, legislators were not comfortable doing that. We were extremely disappointed by the two legislators who did the minority report because it was very clear it was not to propose an alternate solution. It was just to kill this bill. So it with the 1.25, it would have been roughly about 80 million per biennium. And there would have gotten 3 million out of that per biennium. And because this is separate from general funds, it absolutely meant you have stability and consistency in your funding source. It doesn't matter what happens with the general funds then. So it's this most secure pathway to have that, but we are very disappointed that it happened the way it did. However, there is what I walked away from this legislative session on this bill was that we proved the skeptics that this is possible, because earlier everybody thought, great idea, don't know how you get it done. And I think that needle moved considerably this session, and also people on both sides, including conservation community, who were like on the fence or like, yeah, we'll support it, but only do the bare minimum, felt differently now. And so I think we're riding a momentum and we would like to ride it. So I don't think you've seen the end of this concept by any means. It's a matter of when, not if. But nevertheless, I would say it was disappointing because it took so much to get it to where it was. It was like every step was, how do we think about getting to the next step, not even all the way, because it's just so difficult. So House Bill 2977, or 1% for wildlife, ended where it did. But as I said, we have pathways still forward. The next legislative session is in January of next year, which is a short session. This was a long session. We alternate every year. And so the short session is usually for unfinished business from the long session, or any sort of like funding fixes they need to make because of things they did in the long session. That's generally how it works. And short session has limitations on the number of bills, etc. So we consider this as unfinished business from the last session because it died because of political process and not because it failed on the floor or failed because of votes. It had the votes. So that's the argument we are going to make, is that this is unfinished business from last session that the legislature should finish in the next session. So yeah, that's where we are. I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
Can we call the two jerks that,
Their names are out there in various op-eds.
So I was communicating with Srishti
Yes.
all this time, and Srishti nearly pulled off a miracle. And Srishti, this is not much, but it's the best I can do today.
Thank you so much.
What you did was unbelievable. To watch her in action and see how she handled all of this, we are so lucky and so fortunate to have her there for us. And that goes for our compatriot who just
Yes.
was incredible.
This is impossible without a coalition. This is not a one-person job by any means. Like all my conservation partners, the core group that works so. And this is the heartwarming as well as heartbreaking part, is that this actually brought groups that otherwise don't come together on many issues. Like we were working very closely with the Oregon Hunters Association on this, or Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership was a part of it, Oregon Wild was a part of it, Defenders of Wildlife was a part of it. So groups that usually don't come together came together and were unified, and it's just political play that kind of ended it. And it's not even all the legislators. I don't even blame all of them. Some of them really stepped out of their comfort zone to come out and support this, especially the Republican Party.
Including, I was gonna say, including ours.
Yeah, including Republicans. It came out of the House with, I think, 4 or 5 Republican votes. So that was pretty significant. It's not just 1 or 2. So it was pretty high. We had Republican votes on the Senate side because of the chief sponsors and sponsor was 2 Republicans. So it was going to have bipartisan support out of the Senate too, if it would just make it to the floor.
Wow.
So we can't let this, as private citizens, we can't let this stop, this process stop. Think about ways, and many of you did contribute, and really
Yes.
appreciate that.
Yes.
And so we just have to keep this going. 'Cause
Yes.
we all just saw examples today of the impact the OCRF has across the state, and we all want, it's all very important to all of us. We want to keep it going. This is the way to do it. So anything we can do, including the process that we're going through with the public relations and all those things, we really got to focus on this and figure out the best way forward.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, for this session, this was not a governor priority bill or like a governor endorsed bill. So the agency, even though they're a beneficiary, cannot engage in the process in any sort of advocacy capacity. They are there for technical inputs. However, like as a private citizen whoever was able to weigh in and support and sort of help us build that groundswell was definitely meaningful. I would say that the groundswell actually moved the legislature, which is pretty remarkable to say because legislature has so many sort of barter and wheeling and dealing on votes all the time that it's hard to say that public participation and engagement changed something. But this was the case where I saw step by step with every sort of outreach we did, every letter that went out with like a bunch of groups signing on, every restaurant or hotel or outfitting industry participant that called their legislator and said something made a difference. Like on the last day, literally the last day, the legislator that was a little bit of a holdup on the Democratic side of the Senate, their office said, "Oh, we got 78 calls about this bill today. We're just over it. Please stop."
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the groundswell that's important. Like it's hard for them to ignore that level. Yeah.
Well, we heard the same thing yesterday from Jeremy Austin. We were all kind of bummed out. He said, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's
Yeah.
gonna happen.
That'd be great. And that's like we said, groups like Central Oregon Land Watch and others can play a much more active role. And I hope like this time around, that's the moment that we're hoping to ride. It's like groups like them are engaging more and more, and that would be super helpful for reaching like the various parts of Oregon. Eastern Oregon, the coast, all of that's super important from like tourism purposes. The Willamette Valley itself is super important for tourism purposes. So all of that, from every corner of the state, basically people need to hear, not just those that live down I-5. Yeah.
Christie,
Yeah.
if it's that bill or the issue that's brought up again in the short session, does it start at ground zero or does it start at the middle?
It starts at ground zero. But the timeline would be extremely expedited because it'd be like 5 weeks to get it through. But yeah, so the part, as I was mentioning, that took the longest was the negotiation on the House side at the House Committee on Revenue. It passed on NR, Natural Resources, and it was stuck as revenue for a while because there was another TLD bill in consideration that had to do with local TLD, nothing to do with ours. But because there were two TLD concepts and we were trying to round up the bipartisan support, it took longer. And I think we're not spending time negotiating anymore. We already have a negotiated agreement that hopefully the legislators who supported the first time around can. And that's the other part too, where I hope that legislators don't feel jaded, especially the ones who stepped out of their comfort zone to do this. That they already agreed on this and that they can see the value of this and can come back to this fight one more round.
I would just add my thanks also to Shruti for all the work that Welk did and all of the conservation partners. And also, Carl, this is so sweet. This little, okay.
No. Did you bring it from your home?
Raise fine foods.
It's very sweet. But bringing it back to, this, as they've said a bunch of times, I think probably for my benefit, anything you do would be as a private citizen, but in terms of the role of this committee, we do have some storytelling that we've been working on, these success stories and examples of what this kind of funding can go toward that we've been building with the help of Quinn Thomas. And we're still reviewing, Adam's still helping us review some of that. So that'll be a really brief update in the agenda today. But I think that's what this committee can do, is just serve up those examples of the amazing work that we've been able to fund that aligns perfectly with this funding source. And then those are just shelf-ready resources for those who can play more of an advocacy role.
Absolutely agree.
And what might be even more powerful are the ones we couldn't fund. Like there's this one particular one right below our line is about rockfish.
And all the statistics about how many.
And we couldn't fund that.
101.
But that is, people go to is about fishing for rockfish, and people all over the state, all over the country go to the coast to fish for rockfish. And this particular project would have been very conservation minded, but help facilitate that. And you could use that as an example of, look, we even when we had money, we couldn't fund.
Yeah.
We need these projects are out there and tell that story.
To Sarah's point, like those examples are so helpful, even like OCR projects that were approved or OCR projects that could have been approved if we had just a little more money. Like that part is so helpful because for legislators, when they think like swap, what's the state wildlife action plan? I don't know, like how does it impact my area? There's definitely nothing happening in my area on this, you know, so to be able to show even within districts, this is happening in your district. These are landowners in your district who benefit from it. These are organizations working in your district who need this fund to do this work is really helpful to make the case. I think that's the lesson learned for us too, is just connecting to landowners and constituents in those maybe if districts, you know, where they're like on the fringe of supporting it, but not quite there yet. So getting projects that benefited in those districts and getting those people to reach out to their decision makers is going to be really key.
I have a desire too to work with the organizations that are maybe negatively impacted or believe they would be. And so they're also contacting legislators. They're also pushing hard against it. And I think bringing those folks, helping them understand why funding conservation recreation is also in line with their values, that we could lessen the opposition and maybe even bring them on board.
Absolutely. I don't think that's that's a great idea. And it's like you have to get one business at a time, you don't need 100 of them, you know, you just need a few, because associations and coalitions on their side are also pretty strong. And I understand that there's pressures they feel as members of those associations or coalitions that they feel they cannot come out publicly, even if like inside they support the idea, but outside they're like, we don't want to bear repercussions of it by coming up publicly, which I fully understand. There's also some financial relationships there as they get grants from certain associations that make it difficult for them to be saying anything negative or taking a position different than theirs. But then that doesn't mean that all businesses do that and that all businesses get grants or all businesses are the same. So I do think that there is definite value in showing that they're not really representing everyone in the tourism industry. There are a few in the tourism industry who still see value in this.
Chrissy, thanks so much for everything you did, and pretty amazing to watch you.
One last thing, Carl, we commissioned the conservation groups. We commissioned an economic analysis of the TLT that shows how reinvesting back into natural resources actually helps Oregon's tourism industry. So I'm happy to share that as a PDF, but I'm happy to share. Okay, I'm happy to do that. And we commissioned it as a third party just so that it doesn't have our fingerprints, make it look biased, but it shows basically what we're saying. Reinvesting is smart.
Can we get that?
Yeah. That sounds great.
Trustee, didn't it also show that 65% of the people paying TLT are?
Yeah,
Non-resident.
yeah, that's, or Travel Oregon, some data, that's not even us, but 65% of current people paying for this would be out of state visitors, because that's the proportion of visitors we have. So and that's the other piece too, also, 50% of the state TLT or 52% is generated in the Willamette Valley and Portland metro area. So in my opinion, the strongest argument for rural Oregon is that it's the very direct distribution of wealth from urban to rural. This is generated in urban areas, and most of these conservation actions are taking place in rural and mostly rural areas. So it is a very direct transfer of resources.
Sticking it to the line.
I think Adam brought in our lunch. Was that what you brought in? So we can continue this conversation while we have lunch.
You're kind of borderline now.
Get this rolling.
No, I'm good.
Yes, normal, nothing cut.
Yeah, I want to be able to.
Before we start on a strategic discussion, I'm gonna ask you all to indulge me on a topic. Jim had brought up very low cost projects that might have a big impact.
I know it's like,
And I've had the opportunity to review a project that the staff gave, I believe, 100%. I ranked it high, and I talked to the other person that reviewed it, and they thought highly of it. And it's the time, I'm not finding the title of it. In the non-drought. It is a proposal from the Association of Northwest Steelhead. Its title is Annual Youth Fishing Events and Salem State Prison Fishing Event.
Hey, Carl, can you tell us the page numbers?
Page 2, number 7.
Yeah, this is a non-drought project. It's down the fourth one on the second page. It's for $3,000. And what they are asking for is, what this is, they set up a pond, portable pond. They put a bunch of trout in it, and they have youth fishing episodes, and it's been very successful. And again, the staff, one of the staff person was aware of it and thought it was great. And then they decided to do it at the prison. And in that, what they do is that prison family, the kids come out and they get to fish with their incarcerated spouse or parent. So I saw it and I said, oh man, $3,000. Nobody asked for $3,000. And I was really hoping it would slip in there, but it did not. And so we have $10,000 in the drought packages. Unless we just specifically come up with something to do with that, it's going to go away. So what I'm going to propose we do is I would be happy to say, when you're doing this fishing thing, will you do a little bit talking about how to release fish, and particularly in drought conditions, and not fight them over long, and turn this into a drought project, and use some of that $10,000 to go to buy fishing equipment so they can have successful. I'm just throwing that out there. So, and if you think it's a terrible idea, I'm fine with that too. But I don't want to leave money on the table, and I like this. I thought this was a very cool thing, and you can just imagine one kid might be really impacted by this, or one family in the prison. As you all know, the power of fishing and getting together. So what do you, and I'll take this on, is I'll make sure that we make it legitimate and make sure Sarah signs off on it. Make it so then forward side.
so does the drought money go away after this round?
It
No,
It
doesn't have a.
doesn't, but then you
Oh,
have to have like a specific, like you have $10,000. I guess you could hold that and say, okay, this fits as a drought, and throw it at another project, and we could do it that way.
If you just give 10 grand to the next,
You could offer
the very next, I guess that's the reach fish one, and just say, do you want 10,000? You could,
So that would be,
Oh, like,
Number 59. Page 2. You like that one too, Carl.
yeah, I like that one too, but it's not gonna fund the whole thing. And, yeah, I mean, again, that's open a can of worms by submitting this, but Jim had pointed out how, you just don't get many $3,000 projects that are meaningful, and that this would be meaningful for them. They've got all brand new fishing equipment. That's it, it's done. You're ready, go. And so if people aren't comfortable with that, I wouldn't push it at all. But I just thought that's a use for that funding, and that still leaves, I guess we'll have $7,000 that we could hold off and maybe say, okay, this fits drought, and put that into a drought.
Did you consider any other funding opportunities for that?
You mean some other source? I did not, but I assume they did.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that, Northwest Steel here is pretty sophisticated outfit, and I'm sure they looked for other ways to get it. I mean, someone mentioned, well, Columbia's or some foreign goods company should donate it to them. Well, yeah, they should. They sent us the application, so.
Yeah, it seemed like it was for, I think they needed to either replace a pond or the pump or something. It was definitely part of the equipment, not just the fishing rod. And the staff also that work at the prison participate in this project too, and I think there's some bonding there between the families and the staff, and
What else did the ODF and W reviewer say? Why did they like?
They said it fit all the things that the department wants, engaging people in outdoors. And then again, I can't remember exactly. But it's truly an underrepresented population. People that are in prison.
We have a salmon and trout enhancement program biologist who's been conducting those family fishing events in the state prison for the last couple of years. Really kind of duct tape and baling wire kind of budget, and it's been like really rewarding for the inmates, but also for all the volunteers and everyone involved. It's a pretty intense, emotional, positive experience. So I'm assuming that he reviewed this, or is a part of it with skill letters, but I'm not really sure.
I think you seem pretty passionate about it, so I'm gonna guess that person, they were at the events as well. Yeah, they mentioned in that. But I want to think too that what they were just asking for, like this year of funding too. Part of me wants to say, why not ask for 3 years of funding? And you give them 10 and then call it good. That way they don't have to concern themselves for the next few years with it, or they can build on it.
More fund for 3,000 this year, and they can.
And they can come back. Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's money that's going to sit somewhere for a while and do nothing. And this was something they sort of needed. It's like, okay, we need to do this to make this happen.
When having to fish in a manufactured pond sort of sounds drought related.
I could make it.
There's
work. I can make it work.
I support this idea 100%. I just worry always about the precedent.
Yeah, same.
Well,
Because then next,
Why wouldn't
but
we?
if your shoulders are big enough, I'll support this.
I realize what this, again, it opens up a can of worms for all of us. But what the heck? I mean,
I think we can articulate it, particularly given the amount. I mean, one of our criteria is the efficiency of the money.
yeah.
And, you start making that denominator this low,
Yeah.
at 3,000, the efficiency goes way up just by math. And I think you can make that.
I think also if the ODF and W staff come and add it and say 100%.
Yeah, that helps.
That's a very strong testimony.
We did a lot of work with inmates here, all crews and it was really life-changing for a lot of them to interact with nature in any way, even pulling weights. It's like, I'm supportive of it just from a social standpoint. I think it's a benefit.
And we talked about our recreation was underrepresented in the proposals, and this is the recreation only one.
This is straight recreation.
Which it is, and I don't even.
This is straight recreation. There's our justification. We got a little sliver of blue up there. Thank you, Christie.
I guess I want to hear from Rita how comfortable she is. This approach.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it where it, I think it's, if we can make the case that it has some drought classification, I mean, the drought category is kind of broad. If you can make that connection with drought, aquatic habitat resilience, wildfire.
Handling of fishes.
Handling of fish, teach them how to
Especially
handle
in
fish.
days with all our water temps going up.
I think that was the tact I was going to take.
Yes.
And say, hey, if it's really in a drought condition, you don't want to go there.
Yeah.
They just gotta say it. And just like with the other entity that wrote a little thing and an addendum to say, we're gonna really include wildlife and conservation in our discussions. It's sort of the same kind of.
I like supporting the Northwest Steelheaders too. They may have future projects that are recreation focused. They can think about fit for us.
Yeah. Okay, well, that, I took enough of everybody's time. If we are at a point, is anyone willing to make a motion? If not, move on.
I'm not very good at that, but I'll make a motion that we agree to use the drought funding to support the annual youth fishing events and Salem State Prison fishing event. For $3,000.
Thank you, Eliza Jane. Do we have a second?
I'll say.
You have a second?
I want to add that Carl will help them understand how it's a drought
I would.
project.
I would do that.
And it'd be great if they had some publicity on that. It seems like something, a newspaper, whatever.
I agree that this is something that we should, again, for $3,000, we may get a huge bang from our pocket. So. Okay, all in favor of those motions? Okay, it's unanimous. All right, Reva, you and I will work on that and make that happen. Thank you all for considering it. Okay, so what I hope we could do here, we're not gonna completely chart our course, but after the update from Christie, we had this great budget report from Reva. We have some money, but it isn't very much. Kind of got to start thinking about our strategy going forward in terms of how we're going to spend our time. How much time are we going to put into this? Part of what this just recent discussion points out is, we had a lot of impact when we were given $60,000. And we can continue to do that. We're going to reduce, assuming we're get a little bit ahead of us, but where we're going to go with this, we're going to have fewer funding rounds and they're going to be for a lot less money. But that doesn't mean that they're not impactful. And we have to be thoughtful in terms of how we convey that to our audiences. And but I don't want to be the one talking about this. I want to open it up to what you all think this next year or two is going to look like and how we can best spend our time. Jim brought up the idea of monitoring. He mentioned that, and when we established ourselves, we said we were all in on it. Allocated actually a certain amount of money to do some monitoring. Certainly focus on that kind of thing. We could have one RFP per year, those kind of things. So what do y'all think? Who's been thinking about this?
Just to clarify, we have about $1 million total after we.
I don't think so. I think it's less.
Probably around 750-ish. Given what you just approved.
Sure. Yeah. So it's not small. Remember, our first one was $60,000 and we were quite proud of that. if many of you recall. So it's some money, but it's not nothing what we've been doing.
Is there any reason why we need to keep some there to like help get more money in the future, or like would we do another round and then spend $750? Like,
Yeah,
you know,
that
have
was
any mention of
a
that?
great discussion to have. I mean, this is in some ways existential for us, you know,
Right.
if we don't have, I'll say they're trying to go after general funds. I'm not into that anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, we've done that. If we're not successful with this effort, I don't know that we have another mechanism for
Right.
funding. And unless the department, who was not willing to do it this year, put us in their budget, which they could do. They elected not to. And whether that's even an option, I don't know. But if we're gonna go to the Oregon legislature, this is the way to do it.
If we put OCRF in the budget, it would likely mean cutting staff.
That's what, yeah, feels like that's
Obvious
always trying to
choice.
pay for it.
So
And
with,
that's just why.
with that not being a viable option, this is what we got. Another thing to consider though is we have this funding coming in from licensing. I think that indicates that there's an opportunity there. I mean, not specifically that particular program, but there's potential to get support in other ways. And we could build a base for that. It might be private donations. Another thing that we've visited, thanks to Lila Jane's thoughts on coordinating with other entities. And Jane and Mark have led the way in some ways using our vetting process to say, okay, our foundation likes this project, and it was vetted by the staff and by the OCRF, and we're gonna fund that. I mean, what they did was just phenomenal. So maybe we could do some of that. We have a process that's, I think, really valuable. This way, it's was a lot of work for us this go around, but that having the staff input and having the input from all of you from all across the state, that's a saleable product to an entity that's trying to do the right thing on the ground, especially if they don't have a huge amount of money. They're going to spend tons of resources wading through applications.
Right.
And we've had preliminary discussions with Oregon Community Foundation about that, and we could redouble those kinds of efforts and figure out how to, as Liza Jane has been saying, trying to get us all on the same page. And maybe this is a way to do it. We got a little hiatus away, and maybe we can set the stage for bigger things. And, we have to kind of have a roadmap, like we were talking about. It's really important that Srishti and the people pushing this have a roadmap of how they're going to get this legislative thing to happen. Well, we should have a roadmap for ourselves for the next biennium. So that we have, okay, it's not going to be, well, at the end of the biennium, we'll have given away $750,000. It's like, we're going to have done this, this, and this.
Are there any restrictions? Private donations coming to OCRF directly?
We did that, and the money went to the department. But what turns out to be much simpler was for it to go to Oregon Wildlife Foundation.
And then what happens?
They have it, but we control it. And I think they end up writing the checks. And as you all recall, you know, we've been trying, I wish Tim was here. We've tried to come up with a good scheme to integrate Oregon Wildlife Foundation and the OCRF and the department, which is being done in other states where it's already being done. We have a foundation that's very much working on assisting the departments reach their goals. And so we could spend time on that. And again, what's nice there is someone writes a check for the Wildlife Foundation, it's a tax deduction.
Yeah. And that's probably conversation yet to come with OWF. So for example, if we really ramped up fundraising in partnership with Oregon Wildlife Foundation and donors were contributing to Oregon Wildlife Foundation, we could talk with them, that organization, about what's best for them. They can transfer those funds to ODFW and then we handle the administrative work for them. Or we can set up a relationship where if this committee approves recommendations, then they're being funded by OWF. It gets a little tricky. We'd have to make sure we're in line with all the statutes and rules about the commission having the approval authority ultimately of what funds. But I think we can figure all of that out.
I think what prompted that in my mind was just looking at the camp, Caldera, yesterday, and realizing how much does it take to operate this? There's some huge money out there. It, but my question was basically that, so what restrictions are there? Sounds like.
Unless the donor specifies that they want it to go towards something in particular.
And that's where, I think that's where I draw the line. I can understand why that doesn't work.
It's
It
certainly
did work.
easier if it's
It
just.
did work.
It did work, yeah.
We did it.
Because different foundations have very different criteria for what they fund. And so you can't just say, you know, next project.
Well, that's true, but you know, foundations spend an awful lot. I mean, there's, you look at Gates, for example, he has a real hard time trying to figure out how to spend his money. That's something that we are doing right now. Now on a different scale, I guess we do offer someone that really wants to be charitable, something that is very useful. That is a process and a group of people who will help them with that problem that they have. But yeah, I don't know where that goes. It just seems like that is an avenue that that's there.
For some of you that came on later into our life, we had that point where we were mandated to raise $1 million. And we did that. And we were quite creative in how we did that. And some of that was earmarked money. It was money that you were going to spend it on this, which we did. And so we're able to thread the needle on that, more or less. And so we do, you know, it's going to take some creativity and thinking about it, but we could do that.
Why did we stop?
We stopped in part because we got money.
And it was mission accomplished.
Right.
We had the million goal that we had to meet. We met it.
And where did that get?
Yeah.
The other thing is that Oregon Wildlife Foundation had capacity at the time and then lost that capacity. And so that, you know, I think we're setting an intention right now to explore what we could be doing for fundraising in this roadmap. But I think there's still a conversation to be between the department and the Oregon Wildlife Foundation of how much capacity do we actually have to put toward this?
Mhm.
And that'll determine how much effort we can put in fundraising. Because you're looking at the person who does all of the grant management, all of the working with applicants, and then would be responsible.
Right. Another time.
The thing that I was noodling this morning when we were talking about this over breakfast is that, you know, Tim at Oregon Wildlife Foundation is really good at finding funds for specific projects. And if there was some kind of even an informal arrangement that, hey, we've got all these vetted projects, here are a bunch that scored really highly. What kind of arrangement could we have that would empower Tim and Tim's board to go after funding for some of those projects that didn't quite make it? And again, I think you have to give him some flexibility because he's working with a lot of different funders who have different goals. And so you can't just say fund the next one because that may not be, you know, he may have somebody that he knows would be interested in buying fishing poles for, you know, the prison project. But they wouldn't be interested in sage grouse habitat or, you know, so how do you set that up so that there's more of a mechanism out there someplace for matching donors up with projects that
It does seem like the foundation would be the place for that to happen.
Maybe we should have lunch with, Zoom meeting with Tim, with a few of us, have a little committee and brainstorm with him about how that might look and how we could best.
I'm hopeful in our next meeting, which we talk about that, is have Tim there. I mean, Tim is out of town apparently.
Yeah, I think the department will probably meet with Tim as well, because
Okay.
like I said, so much of this is based on capacity, availability. But then we can plan to maybe have this continue the conversation around fundraising at the next meeting.
Mhm. I know that one of the things that came up is if the money goes into OCRF, then Riva has to manage the projects. So we decided a couple of cycles ago that if our foundation is going to fund a project, it's better just to fund the organization directly, because there's a whole lot less red tape, because a whole lot of the money can just go towards that project. So that's what we've been doing.
Yep.
Um,
That's a very workable model.
yeah.
And foundations generally set up for that.
Yeah.
And whereas it may be more onerous for them to vet projects. Like,
Yes.
I keep going back to the Oregon Zoo. Oregon Zoo like to spend about $25,000 on conservation projects every year. And they would entertain proposals. Then they said, let's just give it to the OCRF, which they did. And I think they stopped having that money available, but they just gave us some money to do it. And there are probably other foundations that we would find.
And Tim would be a good person to do that if he had the capacity and his board thought it was a good use of his time. So.
If I may, Carl, just offer up a proposed suggestion for the remaining funds. So if we're looking at something around 750, setting aside the connectivity funds, right? I tend to be a little bit on the conservative side and wanting to leave some and not blowing through it all at once. So I had mentioned this to Carl, something on the order of a 200,000 or 250,000 RFP each year of the biennium, leaves you with 250,000 going into the next biennium. So that's just a really conservative approach. There's a couple of things you could consider doing. I don't know if we'd want to saddle ourselves with any sort of like matching goal, or if we'd like to, we'd like donors to match OCRF 1-to-1 for the 250,000. That's an opportunity. Another one that Reba and I were talking about is kind of going back to the roots of OCRF. And if you're going to do a $250,000 solicitation, you're probably going to have a lower funding limit per grant than what we've been doing. And you could, if you remember in our strategic plan, how much we all agreed we wanted to really emphasize new grantees from underserved and rural communities. You could maybe elevate them in the scoring criteria and really be promoting projects from new applicants, and something really to focus on that continues to advance our goals from the strategic plan. So that just putting a suggestion on the table.
I like the 250 annually biennium. Doing it this fall would be important to have a fall cycle, so it's active kind of conversation during the next short session.